Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Door, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, and Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota.
Swings and lines it in the right center field. One run will come in to score. They will round the other runner. He will come to the plate. The throw not going to be in time. A two-run single for Parker O'Brien gives the Govs a 9-7 lead.
Your baseball is also brought to you by American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE.
2-0 pitch. That will be a line shot into left center field. That's going to get down for extra bases, and it's going to score Terwilliger. That's one way to bust out of a slump. Sunshine round second. He's on his way to third. The throw will come in. He will slide in.
Your baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, Envirotech, First Dakota National Bank, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, and Hunsley Auto Body.
Here's the 0-2. Runner takes off. Terwilliger will sky this one out to center field. Out towards the wall. It is going to get out of here for a two-run shot for Cooper Terwilliger on an 0-2 pitch.
Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Oahe Federal Credit Union, Kone, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric.
2-0. It'll be a swinging base hit up the middle. Rounding third is Deal. The throw will come to the plate, but Deal slips and falls. The ball will still get away to the backstop. Deal will come in to score, and the Governors will win the ball game.
And now to the booth for the call of the game with KCCR award-winning sports director, John.
As we welcome you into Game 1 of the 2026 Senior Legion season, the Pierre Post State takes on Harrisburg Post 45 in our first games of the year. The defending Senior Legion state champions come into town to open up the season for both of these teams, as Harrisburg coming off a high school baseball season where they're ranked number 1 going into the playoffs and were upset in the first round to the 8-seed Watertown. They're coming in trying to be in a better spot and a better start, I should say, better start to this season than what they did last year. They obviously want to finish how they did last year, but they started 0-8 to start the 2026 Senior Legion season last year and ended up winning the state championship, finishing just 2 games above 500 after going 2-2 in these regional tournaments as well. So they're looking for a better start to the year. However, Post 8, they're also in that spot where they want to start out good because this is a gauntlet of a first part of the season for the 8th squad, because they will take on Harrisburg. They've got Brookings on the road on Friday. Then they've got Sioux Falls East and West next Tuesday and Wednesday. Then you have Brandon Valley, the high school state champions, coming up on Monday the following week. And then you finally have your first non-South Dakota games where things can, you kind of, I wouldn't say sit back, but you can maybe take a deep breath after that. The first 10 games are going to be very difficult for this Post 8 team because they're going to take on a lot of really good teams. And then, while Brookings maybe in the high school season isn't where they wanted to finish, you're still going to face them on the road. And it's not an easy task to go to Brookings and get wins on the road. Post 8 has struggled to knock off Brookings Bandits the last couple of years. So even all of that, there's a lot of good baseball teams that they're going to open up the season with, and this is going to be a very big test for this 8th squad to get things rolling. And they're without some track guys here tonight, too. A couple of injuries that are keeping guys out of the lineup as well. So it's a start. It feels like you're midway point of the season already, and you kind of are with the fact that you've played a high school season, and so you're not really kind of getting into game shape. But it is feeling like you're at the midway point of the year with all the things that are going on and the injuries that have already seemingly piled up for Post 8. And it becomes a challenge from that standpoint. And then you have a challenge of what Post 45 Harrisburg brings to town as well. So this will be a good doubleheader for the Eights. Bridger Babcock will be the starting pitcher in game number 1, one of the seniors for this Eights squad. And it will also be Andrew Dirks that will go on the mound for Harrisburg to open up their season as we get set for this contest. We'll step aside for 3 minutes. When we come back, we'll have starting lineups and get first pitch between Pierre Post 8 and Harrisburg. Post 45 back in 3 minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
As we welcome you back and we get set for our first pitch between Pierre Post 8 and Harrisburg Post 45, let's look at those lineups for both of these teams as we start with the Harrisburg Post 45. Leading things off is the catcher Griffin Schlappkohl, as it will be Bryson Esser, the left fielder, batting second. Noah Rutten, the DH, is batting third. Jackson Raisler, the center fielder, batting fourth. Dalton Wendling, the third baseman, batting fifth. Rylan Cody will bat sixth. He's the right fielder. Aaron Edwards, the second baseman, will bat seventh. Wyatt Witwicky, the shortstop, is batting eighth, and Matt Wendling, the first baseman, is batting ninth for Harrisburg. Andrew Dirks is the starting pitcher for Harrisburg Post 45. For the Pierre Post 8s, Hudson Stosher, the shortstop, is going to lead things off. Parker O'Brien, the left fielder, is batting second. Sutton Sunshine, the catcher, is batting third. Will Eilers, the DH, batting fourth. Riker Edson, the second baseman, batting fifth. Alec Eilers will bat sixth. He's the first baseman. Hudson Schaefer, the third baseman, batting seventh. Carter Templeton is the right fielder, batting eighth. And Aiden Johnson is the center fielder, as he is batting ninth for Post 8. And Bridger Babcock is on the mound for the 8s, and his spring stats, especially right towards the end of the season for Bridger Babcock, and pretty much all season, but he was very, very good for the Governor's spring team at the end of that season and with a lot of key hits, but he threw 17 innings in one start, four appearances overall, a 2-1 record, 12 hits, 3 runs, only 2 earned, 5 walks, 11 strikeouts. That ERA is 0.82 during the spring season, and whip at 1 flat with an ERA, the batting average against at 207. So a really good job of Bridger Babcock on the mound during the spring, and now he's got an opportunity to get the opening day start for the Eights here against this Harrisburg squad at Post 45. We'll take one more break. We'll come back in 3 minutes, and it is first pitch between Pierre Post 8 and Harrisburg Post 45. Back in 3 minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
As we welcome you back, we are getting set here for first pitch between the Pierre Post 8s and Harrisburg Post 45. Bridger Babcock is on the mound, and we are ready to go here in just a moment as Babcock will get the start to open up this 2026 summer season. And again, those numbers from the spring year, very, very good. 17 innings pitched. He had 1 start but 3 relief appearances, so 4 overall. 2-1 record, 12 hits allowed in those 17 innings. 3 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. 5 walks, 11 strikeouts. The ERA at 0.82. Whip at 1 flat, and a batting average against at 207. Now, this will be a very stout lineup that he will go against, as Harrisburg during the spring season, yeah, they hit 299, but they hit 15 home runs over the spring season. A lot of these guys are the same from that spring season. As Bridger Babcock will deliver the first pitch, a swing and a miss for strike one as we are underway and right at 5 o'clock at KCCR Pier, a Riverfront Broadcasting station. Glad you're with us here on KCCR. Eliza Mayer back in the studios. John Winkler with you. Blake Dean will join me here in just a moment. As the 0-1 pitch, a curveball that will drop in for a strike, and it's quickly 0-2 to Griffin Schlapkohl, the catcher, here in game number 1. Schlapkohl hit .302, had 3 home runs, 10 runs driven in, a triple and 2 doubles for Harrisburg. 0-2 pitch, swinging a foul back, and we'll do it again here at 0-2. And this is a team that they struck out 173 times, walked 104 times in 780 plate appearances over the spring. Harrisburg has made themselves known to be a power hitting team, but a strikeout hitting team as well. 0-2 pitch is fouled back, staying alive is Schlapkohl against Bridger Babcock, as we'll go through the Governor defense here in just, Eights defense here in just a moment. You're going to have to bear with me. First couple of games, it's going to be hard to go from saying the Governors to now the Eights, but it is the Eights defense here. 0-2 pitch. That's going to be upstairs, and the count's now 1-2. Not a bad spot to miss there for Babcock. This is a team that will hit the ball all over the yard and then also not hit the ball at all. They're again, very susceptible to strikeout. Here's the 1-2 pitch. That'll be upstairs, a little bit outside, and the count's now 2-2. Because they won't get cheated at the plate when they take swings, and that's been their MO for almost a full decade. 2-2 pitch. This just popped up on the infield territory. Long run for Sudden Sunshine. Just can't make the catch as he was running near the bricks. Lost him out of the camera angle as well, and just unable to make the grab, and the count remains at 2-2. The long run for Sunshine, who was the closest to go after it. And as he looked down to the last second, it's a lot of warning track. Even though it is, the home stadium, that warning track is far enough away that makes you look down once you hit the dirt. And by the time he looked back up, he wasn't able to reach the arm out enough to make the catch. Another 2-2 pitch from Babcock, flown into left center field. That is down for a base hit. And it will be a leadoff man on base after it was an 0-2 count. Schlapkohl is able to battle foul a couple pitches off, and leadoff man is aboard. As we look at the Pierre defense for the Eights, Parker O'Brien is out in left, Aiden Johnson in center, Carter Templeton in right, Hudson Schaefer at third, Hudson Stosher at short, Riker Edson at second, Alec Eilers at first, Sudden Sunshine behind the plates. For Bridger Babcock, who is on the mound, as we have a courtesy runner for Schlapkohl, and it will be Landon Bachtel that will run in place of Schlapkohl. So now it's Bryson Esser, the left fielder. He'll pop this one up. Here's a chance for Sunshine again. He looks down, looks back up. He'll race it down and make the catch that time. It wasn't necessarily the exact same spot, but it was pretty close to that same spot. And Sunshine looked down quicker this time to look back up. Might have looked down too fast or too late the first time. And then when he looked back up, he was unable to make the catch. That time he looked down, looked back up, still had a couple of seconds to get underneath the ball, makes the catch in foul territory for the first out here in the top of the first inning. So 1 on 1 out now for Noah Rutten, the DH. Pickoff attempt over at first, and back in sliding safely head first is Bachtel. It is Noah Rutten at the plate. He hit .450 with 5 doubles and 2 home runs and 12 runs driven in during the spring season. And he'll line that one down the third base line. It is a fair ball, and it'll get its way into the corner. Parker O'Brien cuts it off before it gets to the wall, which will hold the runner up at third. So it's a double, but it does not score that runner from first, and it's second and third now with 1 away here in the top of the first inning. And it brings up the cleanup man in Jackson Raisler. And as Raisler comes to the plate, he hit .372 during the spring. He had just 1 extra base hit. It was a triple, 6 runs driven in. And it's a spot now here for Bridger Babcock to try and get a strikeout Raisler struck out 8 times in 51 plate appearances, or 43 at-bats in total, so not a whole lot of strikeouts for Raisler. There's a swing and a miss for strike one. As the count is 0-1, and we will bring Blake Dean in here in just a moment. As it is an 0-1 count here to Raisler. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Bridger Babcock. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 0-2. So no 2 count, and Babcock again looking for a strikeout of Raisler for the second now, with the runners at second and third. Schaefer is playing even at the bag, along with the first baseman Alec Eilers. 0-2 pitch. That's upstairs, and the count's now 1-2. It's good to have Blake Dean back for the broadcast. How's it going today, Blake?
Going well, John. How are you?
Doing good. It's good to have you back up here at Hyde Stadium. I mean, it feels like it's been like a month and a half.
Seriously.
It's only been like 2 weeks, but 1-2 pitch. That one just misses outside. A good curveball there from Babcock, and not taking that time was Raisler.
A lot's happened in 2 weeks, too, though.
Yeah, we get the end of the high school season with playoffs, 2 different playoff series, and then get the start of post-8 just like that on top of it. Much different feel than it was on Friday when we were in Sioux Falls. 2-2 pitch, swing and a foul. I'm going to say foul ball. First it said it was a strike, but then called it a foul ball. Got barely a piece of it was Raisler. I mean, game time temperature is 90 degrees right now here in Pierre. And I think the game time temperature was, if I had it right, 54 degrees last Friday, and it was raining in Sioux Falls. So near 40-degree difference between Friday and Wednesday. 2-2 pitch again here from Babcock. Here's a line shot into left field that's down for a base hit. Parker O'Brien runs up to it, holds the runner over at third. It's an RBI single, and it's now first and third. And Harrisburg, post 45, will take a 1-0 lead here in the top of the first inning on the third hit of this inning on the RBI from Raisler.
Harrisburg comes in as a team. Their spring stats, they hit basically 300 as a team. This is a good hitting ball club. Pierre, the Governors did not see Harrisburg during the spring season, as the game that they were supposed to play ended up getting rained out. So first time seeing Harrisburg this year, but really have been a powerhouse in both Legion baseball and high school baseball over the last countless number of years, it seems like. Harrisburg's always going to put a good product on the field.
There's a swing and a miss for strike one by Dalton Wendling, the third baseman, as he hit .303 during the spring with 2 doubles and 7 runs driven in. I mentioned it too, Blake, that what Harrisburg has done and what they want to do is hit the ball hard all the time, whether it's in first pitch or a 0-2 count. Here's a ground ball with the runner on the move, so the only play will be to first. So it'll score a run. It was a tailor-made double play ball if that runner was not moving, but it will be a RBI ground out. And a runner now on at second with 2 outs here in the top of the first. And there's still a runner on, but now 2 away, and it brings up Ryland Cody, the right fielder.
Yeah, to that point, John, Harrisburg is going to be a team, and I think they've kind of preached it to their kids that have come up through the system, that they want them to swing and swing hard, because they don't care about strikeouts necessarily. 173 strikeouts on the spring season for Harrisburg through 25 games. A lot of strikeouts there, but they're going to live with that, because when they make contact, ball's going to go a long ways.
Back-to-back swings and misses by Ryland Cody, and the count's 0-2. And so far, Bridger Babcock has gotten ahead of hitters and have gotten ahead deep in those hitters. A lot of 0-2 counts so far. But as you mentioned, too, this Harrisburg team doesn't get cheated when they're at the plate. But there is a swing and a miss, and there is a strikeout for Babcock, and that retires the side. 2-run score on 3 hits in the inning. No errors and a man left on base. First half inning gone by here in a home opener for the Pierre Post 8. And it's a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg. Back in a minute here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew, The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first and a 2-0 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard for Harrisburg, post 45. Joe Wickler alongside Blake Dean, as you see on your screen if you're watching on YouTube. Andrew Dirks warming up for Harrisburg. And for Dirks during the season, let's see here. We had 28 1/3 innings pitched and 5 starts, a 2-1 record. 16 hits, 13 runs, 10 of them earned. 16 walks, 29 strikeouts. 16 of those 29 were caught looking. A 2.47 ERA, a whip at 1.13. Batting average against at 157. So one of those top guys for Harrisburg during the spring season overall. And, Blake, this will be a good test for this lineup that we kind of mentioned it during the pregame, but mentioned a little bit more. There's a lot of guys that aren't in the lineup that will be in the lineup throughout the season. Porter Hunsley and Carter Shufflebein are both at track for the weekend, and then Danberg is out with an injury for hopefully just only a couple weeks, and he'll be back. Then Tripp Lindekugel is out for a couple weeks with a stress fracture in his foot. That will leave him out for a little bit. So this is it's not a makeshift lineup by any means, but it is one where you're going to see different guys in that lineup, but an opportunity for a lot of these guys to really set the tone for the 8th season offensively.
Yeah, absolutely. This is an opportunity for some of these kids that, you may not have penciled into the starting opening day lineup to get an opportunity to show what they're made of. And, you really get to see what these kids have, especially facing Legion pitching, and hopefully they can take the bull by the horns and run with it.
First pitch will miss low for ball 1 to Hudson Stosher. Had been really the number 9 hitter for most of the spring season, but is leadoff man here in this ball game, as he during the spring season hit 181 with 2 doubles, 6 runs driven in at that number 9 spot pretty much exclusively. Here's a line shot into center field. That is down for a base hit. And Stosher opens up the first inning just like Harrisburg did with a leadoff single towards center field. And that's how we get things started here in the bottom of the first inning. And it brings up Parker O'Brien, the left fielder. He's followed by Sun and Shine, then Will Eilers, Riker Edson, Alec Eilers, Hudson Schaefer, Carter Templeton, and Aiden Johnson, the 9 hitters in the batting order. Bridger Babcock, as Will Eilers, the DH for him in that batting order here in game number 1. First pitch to O'Brien. That will come inside for ball 1, as he hits 242 during the regular season, was second on the team in RBIs in the spring year. 2 doubles, but had 18 runs driven in behind the number 1 guy who's on deck with 29 RBIs during the spring season. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It'll bounce in. The count's 2-0.
Going back to the Stosher single too, John, the beautiful thing about starting the season over is that 181 batting average goes completely out the window, and now he's hitting 1,000.
That's right. That is the beauty of how quick a spring season ends and a new season begins. Stosher was looking to take off. He was trying to time the jump, as Dirks did not deliver that first pitch or that next pitch and end up stepping off, but Stosher was able to scramble his way back without a throw being made by Dirks. Now he'll pick off, and back in safely over at first is Stosher. First base coach Elliott Life, third base coach River Iverson. Coach Iverson, obviously the head coach for Senior Legion, but Elliott Life celebrating a birthday today. Getting that thrown out there in the first inning, as that pitch will be at the bottom of the zone, right at the knees for a strike, and the count's now 2-1.
Yeah, I believe that he is, I think he's 24 today, if my math is right. So happy birthday, El. I coached him when he was 12 years old. That makes me feel elderly. So that was 12 years ago.
2-1 pitch. There's a ground ball to the left side. Takes a little bit of a hop. Throw to second for one. Back to first is not going to be in time. Looked like it was going to get through the hole. Then it almost looked like it took a shift to the right and ended up going into the glove of Witwicky, the shortstop. He threw to second for the first out. And it turns into a fielder's choice. And still runner on at first here with one out in the bottom of the first inning. And it brings up now Sutton Sunshine, who again had the team lead RBIs at 29 during the high school season, as he'll dig in for his first at-bat here of the summer season. First pitch, curveball that will drop in for strike one. The Sunshine ended up hitting on the season 348, 3 doubles, 3 triples, and drove in those 29 runs. As Dirks will come set from the stretch, here's the 0-1 pitch. Here to Sutton Sunshine. Swings and misses for strike two and a curveball that hit the dirt.
Sunshine really must have ended the season on a hot streak. I didn't follow the last from 2 weeks ago when I last called the game with you to the end of the season, but I think his batting average is up about 100 points from the last time that I called a ball game with you, John.
Here's the 0-2 from Dirks. Here's a ground ball up the middle, flip to second for one, back to first, and can't pick it out over at first. So it turns into another fielder's choice. And it remains 2 outs, but also remaining with a runner on at first, as we'll have a courtesy runner for Sunshine. And it brings up Will Eilers to the plate. So back-to-back 6-4 fielder's choices. As looks like maybe Brecken Furman is going to be... Yeah, Brecken Furman is the courtesy runner for Sutton Sunshine. So now Will Eilers to the plate. With 2 outs, runner on at first. First pitch will miss low and inside for ball one. Eilers hit 250 during the regular season, 2 triples, 5 runs driven in. Governor's spring season hit 285 as a team, and you mentioned Sunshine's average going up. The rest of the team average dipped below that 300 mark after being right around 310. Right towards the end, as that one misses just low, right towards the end of that 14-game winning streak, that team average was right around 310 to 315, and then by the end of the spring, it ended up dropping to 285, which, you know, when you end up falling in 3 of the last 7 games of the year and then falling in that first-round game, that probably would be an indication that that team average would drop a little bit. But it didn't drop kind of significantly at the end of that year, as it counts 3-0 here to Will Eilers.
But that makes some sense because at the end of the year, you're going to see a lot better pitching as well. Yep. So that makes some sense to that end as well.
Here's the 3-0 pitch from Dirks to Eilers instead of pickoff attempt, and back in safely diving at first is Furman. And Pierre probably faced... in their 3 playoff games, I would say that they probably had the hardest pitching assignments to go against that end up playing 3 games. As that's a 4-pitch walk to Eilers, and it brings up first and second now for Riker Edson to get a shot to try and drive in that first run for the Eights. Riker Edson, who during the regular season didn't get a whole lot of opportunities to swing the bats. He threw in 2 different games during the varsity year, but got a lot of at-bats during the JV season. And now comes to the plate as he'll swing the first pitch and foul it back for strike one.
Yeah, just 3 at-bats in the spring season on the varsity team for Edson. And he threw 5 2/3 innings through 2 games, to your point, John. So used mainly more as a pitcher on the spring team, but looking to get his first licks of the Legion season here.
He had an opportunity and hit the ball really hard in that game on Friday and when he pinch hit, and would have made it at least a 5-4 game, if not had a chance to maybe tie that ball game, but a diving catch by the third baseman for Jefferson ended up ending that inning. 1-1 pitch. That'll come inside. The count's now 2-1. As it was Noah Kenzie that ended up making that diving play over at third, which again would have scored at least 1 run to make it 5-4. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Dirks to Edson. That'll bounce in. That's going to get away from the catcher and Schlappkolb. Both runners will move up, and now it's second and third with 2 outs and a 3-1 count. And Edson's got a chance to tie this ball game up with a base hit. But he's also in a good hitter's count on top of it all with a 3-1 count upcoming. On deck is Alec Eilers, the first baseman. Big spot here in this bottom of the first inning.
Yeah, Edson's got to be looking for one pitch here, probably a fastball, middle, ideally.
Dirks from the stretch delivers a 3-1. Misses for ball 4. It will get behind the catcher. And coming in to score is going to be Furman to make it a 2-1 ball game. Back-to-back wild pitches. And it makes it now a 2-1 game. And the Eights are on the board here in the bottom of the first inning. And Coach Butine will make his way out. Probably not overly thrilled about the couple wild pitches that were thrown. It might be the assistant coach that's making his way out. But it's first and third now. Back-to-back walks. Everybody's put the ball in play so far. A base hit by Stosher. Fielder's choice, then walk. I say everybody's put the ball in play. If you didn't put the ball in play, you walked to this point. So everybody's actually seen the base pass at some point in this inning with the fielder's choices for the 2 outs. But it is first and third with 2 away, and Alec Eilers will have a chance to hit and a chance to tie the ball game up with just a routine base hit.
And I just want to point out what a great read at third by Furman on the pass ball, because that ball basically went straight up in the air and got away from the catcher a little bit. Looked like maybe he would have had a chance to camp underneath it, but it did sail away behind him. And Furman was off once that ball was in the dirt. So a fantastic read, and that's what ends up being the first run on the board for Post 8 here in this 2026 Legion season.
First pitch is at the knees for strike 1 to Alec Eilers, who had a double. 3 runs driven in, ended up hitting 167 during the regular season in the springtime. Getting his first chance to swing here for the Post 8 Senior Legion team. 0-1 pitch. That'll miss just a bit low, and the count's now 1-1.
Dirks really didn't like that call, but that was low and outside. It was not particularly close, it appeared, at least from our vantage point.
Here's the 1-1 now from Dirks. Line shot, and that is going to be caught by the third baseman right on the nose and right to Dalton Wendling to retire the side. And it ends the inning. 1 run does score on 1 hit in the inning. No errors and 2 men left on base. 1 complete here at Hyatt Stadium. The Eights trail Harrisburg 2-1. Back in minutes here on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at EnvirotechWaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery right to your home or office. Because at Shane's Pharmacy, you're our family, friends, and neighbors, and we're honored to care for you. Shane's Pharmacy. Feel better for less and stay well with us. Call 605-223-9200 or stop by in Fort Pierre. Shane's Pharmacy. Proud to support our local high school athletes.
Flown out towards center field. Elliott Life, a long run, dives, and he makes the catch! What a diving grab by Elliott Life out in center field. It's a 1-2-3 inning for the Eights. Oh, what a play. We had the bottom of the 6th, still 3-3. You listen to Post 8 baseball here. As we welcome you back, Blake, you missed it. We just had the diving play from Elliott Life back in the 2021 state tournament. And I didn't even look to see that you didn't have your headset on when I started playing.
I didn't. Sorry.
But it was the diving catch by Elliott Life way in the 2021 state tournament against Watertown. As it is 7, 8, and 9, Aaron Edwards, Whitewood Wicki, and Maddox Wendling as the first pitch from Madden Wendling, as the first pitch will miss low for ball 1 to Aaron Edwards. Which, do you remember that game?
Oh boy.
Do because there was a famous play that happened
Oh,
in that game.
I do remember that game.
This one has popped up. First base side foul territory. Long run. Sonnenschein will call off Alec Eilers and make the catch. Not the easiest catch to make for the catcher, but he does make that play. And the leadoff man is retired. That's a third opportunity for Sonnenschein to make a play in foul territory, and he does for the first down. And Wyatt Witwicky, the shortstop, will come to the plates. And he preserved Elliott Life to preserve that the tie game in the top of the sixth inning, I think it was. That turned into a couple innings later as the first pitch to Witwicky's upstairs for ball one, where it turned into the Dean will launch it out to right field. That will get out for a walk-off. I mean, there's a lot more enthusiasm behind that.
I was going to say, it's a little you're a little watered down here.
Right.
But the years have watered you down here, Johnny.
This one has popped up. This will get out of play. He's going to nope, didn't land in front of the press box. Counts now 1-1. But that one, I also believe, was heard around SDSU. That call was heard around SDSU quite a bit over the course of the last 3 to 4 years. Here's a high fly ball towards center field. Moving over to his left is Johnson. He'll still move over into the gap to make the catch. And 2 down.
Well, and I think you know this story, and not to make it about my family and Bennett necessarily, but I think you know this story, but the pitcher for Watertown that Bennett hit for the listening audience, the pitcher that Bennett hit the home run off of in that game ended up being his college roommate a few years down the road. And of course, the first thing they talk about is, ending the career of Easton
Thury.
Easton Thury,
Yeah.
the pitcher, who was actually now a police officer in the Brookings. So,
So I have to be very careful, because if he finds out, if
Uh-huh.
he pulls me
Yep.
over and he finds out who I am, he probably will not be too happy with me. Here's a ground ball to the right side. It'll be a 1-2-3 inning for Bridger Babcock as Alec Eilers will field it and step on the bag himself. 1-2-3 inning for Babcock. We head to the bottom of the second. It is a 2-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. When your tank's running low and your stomach is growling, there's one place Pierre trusts, DJ Settings. Feel up fast, grab ice-cold drinks, selection of fresh donuts, and that perfect cup of coffee to keep you moving. Friendly faces, quick stops, and everything you need right when you need it. So next time you're on the go, make the easy stop. DJ Settings. Fueled by community, driven by you.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the second, and there is a 2-1 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard for Harrisburg over Post 8. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean here for our opening game of the season. We'll be on the air again on Friday in Brookings with a 4:45 coverage, 5 o'clock first pitch over at Bob Sheldon Field. The Bandits, I believe, are going to open their season as well on Friday, so the Eights will have somewhat of it's an advantage and a disadvantage, because you're going to have guys that aren't available to pitch because they're thrown today, where Brookings will have everybody available. But then on the flip side, Pierce's advantage is that they've got a couple of Senior Legion games in where Brookings wouldn't have played for almost 2 weeks at that point. As Hudson Schaefer will step into the plate to lead things off, the third baseman here in Game 1 of the 2026 season, as Andrew Dirks is working from the stretch with nobody on base, as the first pitch will come inside for ball 1.
And just to kind of tie a bow on what we were talking about earlier too, going back to Elliott Life, birthday boy today, he was a fantastic center fielder for the Pierre Governors and Pierre Post State in his time. As there's a number, I'll let you call it, John.
Slow roller that's picked up by the third baseman in Wendling. He is able to throw on the run and retire the other third baseman for the first out as Schaefer is gone to open up the bottom of the second inning, and it brings up now Carter Templeton, the right fielder.
But anyway, Elliott, great center fielder, great pitcher, and, just a really good baseball player. A kid that, you really felt good about putting his name into the lineup every single day because you knew what you were getting. And he has finished up his student teaching degree now to this point, and actually finished his student teaching here this past year in Pierre. And now we'll be moving down to Memphis as this one is fouled away. I didn't see where it ended up.
It was strike right in the glove.
Oh, was it? Okay, never mind. That was the pop of the glove that I heard.
Here's the 0-2 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and Templeton is down on strikes for the second out.
Was wondering, it was like a half swing, and I was like, where'd the ball
I was
go?
going to start calling you Harry Carey and asking how much you've already had today. We're only in the bottom of the second.
Too many is the answer to that.
Well, that's all right. I do remember a couple years ago in I could not see, I think it was the Gopher Classic. I could not see where the ball was at, just the way the sun was, how hot everything. And somebody hit a ball, and the catcher looked up, so I said, here's a pop fly to the second baseman who'll field it on the ground and throw to first to get the guy out. Because, he put his head up, so I just assumed that the ball was up in the air because I couldn't see. And
he was trying to deke you.
Yeah, he was deking me out, and because then my dad had asked how many I had. He
there you
texted
go.
me and asked how many I had, and, well, nothing, but I just can't see. Here's a ground ball to the right side, fielded by the second baseman, and Edwards. This throw to first is got a 1-2-3, bottom of the second. So the pitchers match 1-2-3 innings. We've played two here at Hyde Stadium. 2-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
It is the top of the third and a 2-1 lead here for Harrisburg over Pierre on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Top of the order for Harrisburg, Griffin Schlappkohl, Bryson Esser, and Noah Rutten. And if anybody reaches base, it'll go to Jackson Racler. John Wicker alongside Blake Dean on this Wednesday evening. The Eights will be back at home next Wednesday after playing on the road Friday and then in Brookings, and then on the road in Sioux Falls on Tuesday next week. They'll immediately come home. They'll play Sioux Falls West out in Sioux Falls. They'll host Sioux Falls East here at home on Wednesday, as we'll have the game Friday, and then we'll have Wednesday's game as Wyatt Britchka and Blake Dean will have the call for you on Wednesday. And you'll have to bear with me on Friday in Brookings. First pitch to Schlappkohl is missing outside for ball one, as he is 1-for-1, led off with a base hit in the top of the first inning. After being down 0-2 in that count, he was able to work his way to get a base hit out in the left center field. That 1-0 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 2-0.
Opportunity here for Babcock to continue to fill up the zone in a 2-1 ball game. It's thrown up 1-0 last inning, looking to throw up another one here.
That'll be fouled off the hands over to the first base dugout. The count's now 2-1. This is, Blake, we kind of talked about in the pregame, too. This is a grueling start to the season for the Eights with the defending state champions in Legion Baseball last year and the #1 seed in high school baseball this year in Harrisburg. Brookings, who by the seed standpoints had to go on the road and end up being swept by Stevens, but there's still a really tough place to play in Brookings. As here's a fly ball to center field. Aiden Johnson, who started in, backs up a couple steps and reaches up to make the catch. And the leadoff man gone here in the top of the third. Then you get Sioux Falls West and Sioux Falls East, and they're all, I mean, they didn't make the state tournament last year, but you can't expect both Sioux Falls teams to be down for very long, and I think they're both going to be very good this year. And then after that, Tuesday and Wednesday next week, the following Monday, you get Brandon Valley, who just won the high school state championship for the second straight year, and a team that's always good, no matter, even their down years, they're good. And 10 straight games that are going to be very tough to try and win, as this one is out to center field. Long run for Johnson to come in. He'll make the catch. Back-to-back flyouts to the center fielder in Johnson, and there's now 2 down here in the top of the third, and it brings up now Noah Rutten. But again, 10 really tough games to start the season for the Eights.
Yeah, anytime you're going down to the southeast part of the state to play an east, a west, a Brandon, even not so much southeast, but just east to play Brookings, to your point, Harrisburg. These are all the cream of the crop teams in the state. They're all really good. And then on top of that, the one sport that a Rapid team is always consistently competitive in, granted, Stevens baseball has really taken a rise in recent years, but Post 22 is the cream of the crop in Legion ball in the state. So, not only the southeast part of the state, those 10 tough games to start out, but then, once they end up playing Post 22, that's always a tough doubleheader as well.
And they'll take on Post 320 at later part of the season. This will be a hit by pitch, as Rutten will be hit by the pitch, so that will disrupt the 6, make that 7 straight that Babcock had retired, and there's now runner on at first here with 2 outs in the top of the third to bring up Jackson Raisler. You also have Post 320 on the schedule, who beat Post 22 at Post 22's field. Obviously, can't really say at home because both teams are pretty much home, but it's
right
on their field that they got to win. So that tells you how good Post 320 can be this year, and probably will be this year, as that one is upstairs for ball 1 to Jackson Raisler. I think there's some really high-quality teams in Legion baseball. I mean, we saw it in high school baseball. You see it in Legion baseball, too. Some really high-quality teams that the Eights are going to go against throughout the season. I didn't even mention that, you hit the first 10 games. Those are all South Dakota games, so they're kind of amplified. Then you take on a Bismarck Governor team on the Wednesday after you take on Brandon Valley. So really, while those wins and losses won't matter at the end of the season, it doesn't get any easier taking on a Bismarck team before you start the Dakota Classic that following weekend. It's a grueling schedule for Post 8.
Right, and on top of that, Bismarck historically puts together a good product on the field, and they're always competitive as well. So I think they're Post 2 up in North Dakota. I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I think
but
Post 2, yep.
They're always really good as well. So this is going to be a really tough stretch for the Eights to open the season, but if any team is up to the task, it's got to be this year's bunch, because they've got a lot of talent, made the state tournament. They played really competitively against Sioux Falls Jefferson in that first-round game, had a chance to win that game. So big opportunity, 14-game winning streak in the spring. So this is a team that can really be competitive with just about anybody.
That 3-0 pitch will miss low, and it's a 4-pitch walk. So hit by pitch and a 4-pitch walk, although that 2-0 pitch was very close, had to be missed by centimeters on the outside edge. But it is now first and second for Dalton Wendling, the third baseman, who had an RBI ground out. Raisler had the RBI single in that first inning, and then here's the RBI ground out man in Wendling. Hits with runners at first and second and 2 outs here at the top of the third. After it was 2 flyouts to start the inning, it's a little bit tougher of the inning now for Bridger Babcock to get out of, although he's just 1 pitch away from getting out of it. Hit by pitch and then 4 straight, and now a 1-0 count here to Wendling. 1-0 pitch, that'll be fouled off the foot of Wendling, and it rolled foul anyway. And evens the count and a ball and a strike here to Dalton Wendling from Bridger Babcock. One of 2 seniors for the Eights, the other being Hudson Schaefer over at third. So it's a relatively young team for the Eights, but there's a lot of experience. Runner takes off as this will be popped up into shallow center field. Long run for everybody. It will fall in, and then 1 run will come in to score. A second run is going to try and score, and it's a 2-run double as Stocher ended up falling over the top of Aiden Johnson, who was sliding in. And it's now a 4-1 lead.
That's a tough play to make. Everybody, kind of one of those Texas Leaguer singles that falls in between everybody. And Johnson and Stocher are no worse for the wear after that collision in shallow right center field.
And so it ends up being a double for Wendling to drive in both those runs. And it's now a 4-1 ball game here with 2 outs in the top of the third inning. And it brings up Rylan Cody, the right fielder. Everybody seems to be okay. And Coach Iverson made his way out to make sure that guys were all okay. And so now Rylan Cody, the right fielder who struck out swinging in his first at-bats, will come to the plate with a chance to make this a 3-run inning. Again, the first 2 guys flew out into center field. And Babcock looked like he was going to cruise through this inning. And then after a hit by a pitch and a walk, and then just a bloop shot that falls in the Bermuda Triangle up behind second base. And with the runner, I think both runners were taken off. Another runner at second was taking off. That one's over for a strike. He was going to score regardless, but then with 2 outs, you're off with contact anyway, and was able to find his way in to score to make it a 4-1 game. 1-1 pitch here. Runner will take off for third. It's missed low, and stealing third without a throw is Wendling. So the count's now 2-1. Wendling had a big jump over at second. 2-1 pitch here from Babcock to Rylan Cody. This is popped up, foul territory right side. Hudson, or make that Alec Eilers will start to give it a look, and it'll land out of play. And the count's now 2-2, and Babcock a strike away from getting out of this inning.
It'd be big to get back into the dugout with only a 3-run deficit here, as opposed to letting that 4th one come across. Well, 5th run, but make it a 4-run deficit if he's able to get out of it here in Babcock.
2-2 pitch is outside, and the count's now full at 3-2. Aaron Edwards is on deck. Number 7 man in the batting order. 6 man to come to plate right now here for Harrisburg in this top of the third inning. 3-2 pitch. There's a fly ball to center field. Coming in is Johnson. Long run. That wind will knock it down, and it will drop in for a base hit. Make it a 5-1 game. That one looked like it was going to be a can. According to Johnson, that was just going to, he wouldn't have to make even a move out there, but that wind was just blowing in from left center towards the right field foul pole. Seemingly knocked that ball down, and it drops in for a base hit to make it a 5-1 game now.
Yeah, anything that is going to be hit in the air is going to be not travel very far and land very short.
Here's a fly ball to left field. Again, Parker O'Brien coming in. Again, that looked like a lazy fly ball to the left fielder who wouldn't have to move to make the catch, but he came in several steps, makes the catch, and puts an end to the top of the third inning. 3-run score on 2 hits in the inning. No errors and 1 man left on base. We head to the bottom of the third. It is a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic? At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit DakotaSprinkler.com today.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the third, and it is a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Post State. John Winkler alongside Blake Dean. It is going to be the top of the order for the Eights. Hudson Stosher, Parker O'Brien, and Sutton Sunshine. As Andrew Dirks works into his third inning and now has a 4-run cushion here in this bottom of the third in game one of our doubleheader between Post State and Harrisburg Post 45. Harrisburg last summer was off to a really slow start, which was having everybody scratch their head because they started out 0-8 on the Senior Legion season. And then they still finished just 2 games over 500, but they're the state champions. And then they end up going 2-2 in the Central Plains Regional, so they got a couple of wins. And they lost to the same team twice in the regional tournament. That one's over for a strike. I think they were just 1 game away from being in the Central Plains Regional Championship anyway. But it was a struggle to get the season going. And then all of a sudden they kind of found their groove, and like you kind of figured they would, and turned it into a state championship in Watertown last summer. As it counts 2-1 here to Hudson Stosher.
Goes back to the old saying of it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish. And Harrisburg, maybe they were dealing with some injuries. I'd have to go back and look to maybe see what the deal was there, but start 0-8 and end up state champs.
Here's a ground ball over the shortstop as the throw to first from Witwicky after he bobbled it still is in time to retire the 8th shortstop as Stosher is gone. He's now 1 for 2 in the ball game. Leadoff man gone here at the bottom of the third, and it brings up Parker O'Brien. Andrew Dirk so far just 1 hit allowed, which was that leadoff man Hudson Stosher in the bottom of the first inning. A couple of walks, a couple of fielder's choices, and a wild pitch that helped score the 8's lone run so far. First pitch to Parker O'Brien. That's a off-speed pitch for strike 1. Blake, the last name Dirks, if you take away the letter S, it reminds you of Dirk.
Yeah.
And you got Dirk Campbell, who I know is listening right now and always texts me about saying, go Cubs. So I'm going to talk about the Cubs having lost 10 straight right now.
Jeez.
They are in
ruthless.
I'll give them the benefit. They're 3 games over 500. However, they're in last place in the NL Central now.
That was an interesting segue just to call out Dirk Campbell.
Here's the 0-2 pitch to Parker O'Brien. He'll foul that one away. And I can't say too much because the Cardinals are almost halfway to that 10-game losing streak, too. They lost now 4 in a row. They got swept by the Brewers after Dustin May had like a no-hitter through 7 innings or through at least 6. And then he ends up getting the loss, giving up. There was only 3 hits allowed by the Brewers, and they ended up winning 2-1 earlier today. There's a swing and a miss by O'Brien. That's a strikeout, and there's now 2 down. But I told him when he kept texting me, because he texts me every time, and he hasn't the last couple times, which I'm sure I'm going to get a text from him. Oh, Ryan Kruger just said it was rude.
There it was. All right.
It wasn't Dirk. It was Ryan Kruger that said it was rude. But he always texted, and I texted him back and said, I'm not talking about I'm not even going to bring up that you said go Cubs until they're behind the Cardinals in the standings. And I think last Friday, if I wasn't such in a bad mood because of sitting outside in the rain, here's a ground ball down the third base line, and that is fair for Sunshine as he'll round first, a big turn at first, and he will have to retreat back in a 2-out single. Good piece of hitting there for Sunshine. And a 2-out single puts a man on base. Furman will come run for him, and it brings up now Will Eilers, who drew a walk in his first time up, as he'll try and extend this inning. But I was going to bring it up, but I was just everything going on with the rain and being outside, I wasn't too happy with it, so we couldn't have any fun with it. But now that we're in the beauty of inside of Hyde Stadium and inside the press box, I'll call out Dirk, because there's a strike to Will Eilers for an 0-1 count.
Now that you're comfortable, you're willing to throw shots.
Yeah,
I think that's a little cowardly, but all right.
Here's the 0-1 pitch. Dirk, so there's a ground ball is fouled by Eilers, and the count's now 0-2. Dirk might just show up and walk up in the press box and just slap me back in the head and just walk away.
And you would deserve it. Because I don't know, Dirk Campbell is not a small man.
I don't want to get into I'm much happier to get into an argument away from Dirk Campbell than get an argument in front of Dirk Campbell.
Correct. Or with Dirk Campbell, for
Or with Dirk. I'd like to be on his side if I'm having an argument, but I can't be on his side if he's talking about the Cubs. So this one's grounded foul again by Will Eilers, the DH.
Because haven't you ever noticed when you're picking on him, I'm always the one defending him?
Well, that's because I'm not going to defend him while I'm picking on him.
Well, right. But he's going to be on my side in
that's
this
true.
whole deal is where I'm going with that.
Yeah, you're going to be fine. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Here's a ground ball left side. That'll get past the outstretched arm of the third baseman Wendling into left field. And his first and second here with with 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. But it brings up Riker Edson with a chance to get back in this ball game. Down by 4 right now. A big opportunity for a run over at second. And Riker Edson, who drew a walk in his first trip to the plate, looking for that first hit in a varsity at-bat. He went 0 for 3 during the spring, and now an opportunity to get his first hit here for Senior Legion. That first pitch is over for strike 1.
And he did about everything right to get that first hit the ball right on the screws, just happened to be right at somebody in the third baseman in his last at bat.
Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dirks to Riker Edson. After a long pause, he'll deliver. There's a ground ball to the shortstop who will throw to second, and Witwicky will get the easy out at second to retire the side. And it ends here in the bottom of the third. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We've played 3. It's a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we salute the service and sacrifice of our members. To show our appreciation for veterans, active duty military, and first responders, we're proud to introduce the We Salute Service and Sacrifice Loan Program, granting a special rate reduction on eligible consumer loans. Valid offer on new secure loans only. Internal refinances and unsecured loans do not qualify. Veterans, active duty military, and first responders, contact our loan team for more details. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA. At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we're big on you.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 4th, and it is a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebein scoreboard. Bridger Babcock will deal with 8-9-1. White, Witwicky, Madden Wendling, and Griffin Schlapkohl. He might reach his base. Bryson Esser will be the next man up. As the 2 RBI double for Dalton Wendling and Rylan Cody had the RBI single that made it a 5-1 lead. 3 runs in that top of the 3rd inning for Harrisburg post 45. First pitch here from Bridger Babcock to Wyatt Witwicky. Line shots. That'll be a 1-hopper off the glove of Stosher in the hole at shorts, and he will hold on to it, and it'll be a leadoff infield single for Wyatt Witwicky. That would have been a tough play. Even if he had caught that cleanly, it would have been a really tough play for Stosher to retire Witwicky. So runner on at first, and it brings up Madden Wendling. The lefty will step to the plate. We'll see. Maybe I don't think they will bunt the ball very often, will Harrisburg. But it is number 9 man, so there is a possibility as that one will miss low for ball 1. I mean, the odds of it, the betting odds of Harrisburg bunting at any point of any game is pretty low to begin with.
Correct.
But I think it might be the highest right now, the number 9 man up in the batting order. Here's a pickoff attempt, and diving back in safely over at first is Witwicky.
But I think they kind of believe in the Kent Murphy school. They go to the Kent Murphy school of no bunting.
Here's the 1-0 pitch from Babcock. Runner takes off. The throw will go to second. It will take 2 hops, and it'll be safe over at second for Witwicky.
There's a name you haven't heard in a while.
I was going to say, you thankfully gave me the PG version of the Kent Murphy no bunting school.
Correct.
Because there's a lot of other words you could have put in
Uh-huh.
there.
We need to stay within FCC regulations and guidelines.
Bridger Babcock, the 2-0 pitch here to Van Wendling will be popped up foul out of play on the left side. And the count's now 2-1. I think the funniest thing that I saw about FCC guidelines is when the government was shut down however many months ago, and everybody said, well, the FCC runs through the government, so they're shut down right now, so just go ahead and say whatever you want on the radio.
Exactly.
No big deal. There's nobody going to tell you. Nobody. They have to go back and listen to it all for however many days the government was shut down, and they have to listen to every single minute of every single thing, so just go ahead and say it.
Yep.
Did not. I didn't follow that advice. I didn't say anything like that, but that was probably the funniest thing that I saw from some of the random Facebook groups that pop up on Facebook. Oh, got the baseball thrown back in from the foul ball, but lands in
Shallow
left. Yep, that's a good throw coming back from the fan.
Yeah. Wearing a yellow shirt out there, I think, looks like. Or unless it was closer to
I'm not sure if it was
behind the dugout.
Yeah, say if it was the kid or if it was the guy that was walking. Not like Henry Rowengartner that threw from the bleachers to strike to home plate. Here's the 2-2 pitch. That'll bounce in. It's going to be to the right of Sonnenschein, who didn't see it quite right away, and then the runner will end up at third. And so now it's a 3-2 count, and the runner over at third with nobody out here in the top of the fourth inning.
I swore you were going to use that as an excuse to talk about the Cubs again.
Here's a 3-2 pitch. This will be popped up on the infield. Hudson Stosher, the shortstop, will call for it. He'll make the catch. That one hit right to him, and there's now one down. Then brings up the top of the order in Griffin Schlappkohl. I think I've talked about it before with Rookie of the Year and how my dad ended up saying, you know that movie is never real, right? It can't be real. And like, well, yeah, it's a little kid. He goes, no, because there's a World Series ring for the Cubs at the end of the movie.
Man.
So it took him, another 20-some years before it actually became true.
Right.
But yeah, that was what my dad had said. That movie's not real. Not because the kid's pitching in for the Chicago Cubs, because the Cubs won the World Series.
Right. Yeah. That's pretty good.
Swing and a miss for Griffin Schlappkohl. You set me up. You put
That's
that
true.
on the
I
tee
teed
that
up.
time.
That's true.
So if Dirk can be mad at both of us.
Absolutely.
Infield is in all the way around here with one out. The leadoff man for Schlappkohl. Sharp ground ball over to the third baseman. Fielded by Schaefer. He will keep it in front of him. He'll throw to first to get the outs. And the beauty of having the infield drawn in is that Schaefer didn't have to field that cleanly. He just had to stay in front of it. Was able to throw a strike to first. And there's now two down. And it brings up Bryson Esser to the plate.
Yeah, good play over there by Huddy at third, sticking with that, getting out number two and getting one out away, one pitch away, really, from stranding a runner 90 feet from scoring.
Bryson Esser is 0 for 2. He popped out foul territory in his first at bat. Then he flew out to center as the first pitch will miss upstairs for ball one. Aiden Johnson's been busy out in center field. He's made 3 different catches out in center, along with also a couple of pop flies that have made his way out there. That one's upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. I mean, that is, you kind of, if you're Coach Iverson, you almost set your defensive outfield first. You want to have your best defensive outfield out there at all times because you know that there's going to be guys that are just going to hit fly balls to the outfield. Here's a fly ball to left. Parker O'Brien into foul territory near the wall. He'll leap and just cannot make the catch. It was a little bit too far out of play. That's a heck of an effort by Parker O'Brien, and he wasn't scared to get up near the fence, and it just went over and out of play.
Yeah, that was a heck of an effort there by Parker out in left field. Went to scale the wall, was looking like Kirby Puckett or Torrey Hunter back in the day, trying to scale the wall to make a catch over top of the wall to bring it back.
2-1 pitch is knocked down by Sutton Sonnenschein. Didn't get outside of that dirt area around home plate, so the count goes now 3-1.
I would have said Jim Edmonds, but he's not left-handed, so.
That's true. And yeah, that was Boy, if O'Brien had brought that back, I think we'd have the catch of the summer.
Yeah,
catch of the
easily.
year in the first game of the season. 3-1 pitch. Here's a fly ball. That one, no chance for O'Brien to try and bring that one back. That one's well out of play. I'm not sure that ball is going to make its way back. It might find its way to some water.
Yep.
And the count is full at now 3-2. Runner on at third. 2 outs here at the top of the fourth. Number 2 man the batting order. Noah Rudden, the 3-man, is on deck. Babcock trying to get out of this inning here with that runner stranded over at third. 3-2. Looking to try and chase. It'll end up being ball 4. And drawing the walk is Esser. With only a runner on at third, I don't think that's a good spot to miss if you're Bridger Babcock, because you either get the chase. Obviously, you're not wanting to walk a guy to bring the number 3 man up, but with the base open, now you get an easier force out up the middle, and you know that Harrisburg will chase some pitches and strike out, so it was a pretty good spot to miss for Babcock.
Absolutely. You're wanting to try to get somebody fishing for something, not give him a pitch to hit, and obviously, he was timed up really well because he put a couple of balls, 250 feet out in foul territory. So maybe wanting to get him fishing if he was going to be over aggressive. He was not, ends up walking to first base, and now runners at the corners with 2 out. Still no runs across in this top of the fourth, though, for Harrisburg. So hopefully Babcock can get out of here, throwing up another 0 on the board for the 8s.
So it's Noah Rudden, who's been on base twice. He doubled in his first at bat. He was hit by a pitch, so he's still 1 for 1 today. First pitch swing, fly ball to center field. Aiden Johnson will back up on it. He will make the catch, and Bridger Babcock works out of danger in the top of the fourth inning. No runs, a hit, no errands, and 2 men left on base. We head to the bottom of the fourth. Still a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong. Built local.
As we welcome you back, it is the 5-1 lead on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard for Harrisburg over Pierre. As it is going to be 6, 7, and 8. Alec Eilers, Hudson Schaefer, and Carter Templeton. Anybody reaches base, it'll go to Aiden Johnson. And then back to the top of the order as Andrew Dirks working into now the bottom of the fourth. Still holding on that 5-1 lead, although he gave up back-to-back singles in that third inning with 2 outs. And we'll see if the Eights can continue to try and string some hits together. Alec Eilers lined out to the third baseman to wrap up that bottom of the first inning as Eilers digs in. And the first pitch here to the leadoff man in the bottom of the fourth is going to be at the knees for a strike. Again, 6, 7, and 8 for the Eights here in the bottom of the fourth of game 1 of our doubleheader. Here's the 0-1 pitch from Dirks to Eilers. It's over for a strike. The count's now 0-2. Coming up in game 2, we'll have during the broadcast, Spencer Seringer will join us as we'll get a chance to talk with one of the newest members of the High School Baseball Hall of Fame and the third Pierre Governor to be inducted to the High School Baseball Hall of Fame. We have a very small window to talk with Spencer Seringer in terms of days because he is home from down under. That one is missing high and inside. The count's now 2-2, playing professional baseball in Australia. And obviously right now it's the off season because it's the opposite of being 90 degrees. Well, it's still pretty warm in Australia all the time. 2-2 taken at the top of the zone for a strike 3, and there's the first strikeout looking by Dirks for the first out, and the third strikeout overall today. And it brings up Hudson Schaefer. But a chance to talk to Spencer Saringer. Looking forward to having him up in the broadcast and being able to chance to talk Australia baseball, but being inducted in the High School Baseball Hall of Fame and maybe some memories of both Pierre Governor and post-state baseball.
Yep. Spence was one of the best catchers to come through this system. One of the string of catchers that the Governors and the Eights had for about 10 years in a row, both offensively and defensively, and that was kind of the engine that made the team successful, and he was the best of all of them. So it'd be fun to talk to Spence coming up here. I believe he plays in Perth, Australia, which is like the only major city in Australia that's not on the Gold Coast or the East Coast of Australia.
0-2 pitch. That one's upstairs to Hudson Schaefer. The count's now 1-2. Look at you pulling out the geography facts.
The only reason I know that is because when I heard that, I work with his mom. She told me that, but did look at some Australian geography after she mentioned that and was like, oh, yeah, it's like the one city that I've heard of that's not on the east coast of Australia. Well, because the majority of the rest of the continent or country is like desert outback.
Right,
so.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if maybe he's wrestled a kangaroo in his time at,
down
in Australia.
Part of his training.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. That one's taken for strike 3, and there is now 2 down back-to-back strikeouts looking for Dirks, and it brings up now Carter Templeton, who struck out swinging his first at-bat. You're listening to KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. 2 runs at the top of the first for Harrisburg. It was a 1 run at the bottom of the first for the Eights. For a 3-run third is where we stand in a 5-1 game here in the bottom of the 4th inning of Game 1 of our doubleheader, as the first pitch will miss low for ball 1. 5 runs on 6 hits and no errors for Harrisburg. 1 run, 3 hits, no errors for the Eights here in our first game of the 2026 season. And it will be then coming up on Friday, coverage at 4:45, just like it was today, with a 5 o'clock first pitch for Pierre and Brookings at Bob Sheldon Field on the road. That we'll have here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. That one is at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 1-1.
Going back to our Spencer Saringer conversation, he outstanding wrestler in his high school days as well.
That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 2-1.
So the fact that you said wrestled a kangaroo, very on par.
I mean, if there's going to be one guy that's coming out of Pierre that's going to go win a wrestling match against a kangaroo, it's going to be Spencer Saringer. Here's the 2-1 pitch from Dirks to Templeton. That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 3-1. Yeah, he's another guy that we were talking about. Dirk, you don't want to really get him mad in front of you and be against him. I don't really want to be against Spencer Saringer in any 100%. Argument.
Yep.
Here's a 3-1 pitch to Templeton. That'll be at the bottom of the zone, the outside corner. The count's now 3-2. A full count, 2 outs, nobody on here in the bottom of the 4th. Templeton
lost his mask. Go ahead.
Made that emphatic strike call and popped the mask off.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Full count, Templeton 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Dirks trying to strike out the side in order. Here's a 3-2 pitch. Misses outside, and that will be ball 4, and Templeton will draw the walk, and it brings up now Aiden Johnson. Ground out to the second baseman in his first trip to the plate. Number 9 man in the batting order gets an opportunity. It's the second straight inning that 2 outs and nobody on, and a man has reached base after Sunshine single in the 3rd. And now Templeton walking here in the 4th. Number 9 man in the batting order here for the Eights. Trying to do some damage to pass it along back to the top of the order. The Eights down by 4 here in the bottom of the 4th. Swings to the first pitch and pops out one foul. It's in direct line with this window, but it went right over the top of the press box.
A little too hot. You're going to get one this year. I'm feeling it.
I really hope so.
This is the year. I've got a gut feeling this is the year.
We're starting to close in on a decade of doing this, and I mean, I still got a couple more years before that, but I've still been waiting for that foul ball to come my way. Johnson is showing bunt. He'll pull it back and taking it low for a ball. The throw will go back to first. And the count's now 2-1.
Got to speak it into existence, because then it's going to happen.
Try to, anyway, at least.
Mm-hmm.
2-1 count to Andrew Dirks. Here's the pitch to Johnson. That one's taken for a strike. The count's now 2-2. My biggest thing is that I'll finally get one and I'll miss it, and it'll hit the camera and somehow bounce off of every piece of equipment and just destroy everything. So I'll miss the foul ball coming my way, and then I'll also ruin all my equipment just because I wanted a foul ball to come back here in the press box. 2-2 pitch from Dirks to Johnson. That'll miss low. Curveball that dropped below the zone. The count's full at 3-2, and Carter Templeton will get a head start here with a full count and 2 outs.
Please just promise me that you won't go diving out the window to try to get something that's not directly at you.
I definitely won't do that. 3-2 pitch. Ground ball on the left side. It'll be fielded by the shortstop in Witwicky. His throw to first is going to be dug out by the first baseman in Wandling, and that will end the bottom of the 4th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on base. Halfway home in game number 1, it is a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732. As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 5th and a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Jackson Raisler, Dalton Wendling, and Rylan Cody, 4, 5, and 6 here for Harrisburg. And then it will be to Aaron Edwards if anybody reaches base, as Bridger Babcock working now into the top of the 5th. As we look at some of the pitch counts here for both of these guys to start this 5th inning, as that one's fouled back for strike 1. That was pitch number 64 for Bridger Babcock. 64 pitches exactly for Andrew Dirks as well. So both guys pretty much in the same spot. I mean, they legitimately are in the same spot right now. As here's the 0-1 pitch. Swinging a foul tip into the mitt for strike 2 by Raisler. So both guys kind of have an opportunity to be able to work their way through a full game, if potentially be able to. And for Bridger Babcock, yeah, he's given up 5 runs right now, but he's done a really good job of being able to work around potential damage in these innings, and things could have been a lot worse. And I mean, he was a kind of a lazy pop fly bloop single from getting a 0 in the 3rd inning, which it's, you know, could still be a 2-1 ball game right now. So he's had a very good outing to this point for Babcock. There's a fly ball to left field. Parker O'Brien will go back, and the wind will help. He'll make the catch for the first out, and I got to say that the way the wind is, I've never seen a left fielder play so far in against Harrisburg. But yes, he had to go back on to make the catch, but he played it the right way. He's playing the right way. Most of these outfielders are way far back for Harrisburg all the time, but they're not playing back because the wind is starting to pull everything back in, as the first pitch is a swinging strike by Dalton Wendling. And that was the first thing I noticed when that fly ball went to left, was how far O'Brien was playing in against Harrisburg. But he made the catch like it was a routine pop-up and for the first out.
Well, and to that point, it looked like he had absolutely no chance as hard as that ball was hit. and it just hung up there, and that allowed O'Brien basically to almost camp underneath the ball and make the catch for out number 1.
That one will miss, and the count's now 2-1. Here to Dalton Wendling, who has had an RBI ground out, and then the RBI double, and that's 2 RBI double by that bloop hit in that top of the third. So he's got 3 runs driven in. This will be popped up, foul territory, right side, behind the first base bag. Alec Eilers will make the play for the second out, and there's now 2 down. And it brings up Ryland Cody, who is 1 for 2 with an RBI single. And Bridger Babcock trying to make quick work of this Harrisburg lineup in the top of the 5th. It'll be the top of the order for the 8s in the bottom of the 5th inning. As Babcock working from the stretch with nobody on base, delivers the first pitch upstairs for ball 1. Again, Pierre was without several players here for this doubleheader and a couple, and most likely in the Friday's doubleheader as well against Brookings, as Porter Hunsley and Carter Shufflebein are both at state track, as that was upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Will Danberg is out with an injury. Tripp Lindekugel is out with an injury. Jackson Goodman is out of town right now, as this will be fouled out of play. So he'll return. I don't know. He might be at the game on Friday, but I believe he's not here the first week, and he'll return next week. So, I mean, there's a lot of guys that had plenty of at-bats during the spring season and even last year in the Legion season that will not be swinging and not be playing in this first couple doubleheaders, as it counts 3-1, and here to Ryland Cody. 3-1 pitch here from Bridger Babcock. That one's off the end of the bat, and it's fouled away out of play on the right side, and the count's now 3-2.
But to that point, John, and you mentioned it at the top of the broadcast, opportunity for some guys that maybe don't see the field every day to get into the lineup and, do something productive.
Here's a ground ball through the left side, fielded by Stosher. Long throw to first, going to be wide of the bag. It will get away from the first baseman, Alec Eilers. The throw will go to second from Sonnenschein. That will be missed by the second baseman, Edson, but everybody will stay still at second base. It'll be an infield hit for Ryland Cody, and then an error on the throw that will get him to second. So a hit and an error, as that was a really tough play for Stosher to make, but turns into him getting to second, does Cody. So first error of the ball game by the 8s, and it's now the 7th hit as well for Harrisburg, and it brings up Aaron Edwards, the second baseman.
Yeah, tough play by Stosher. Looked like it was going to be pretty close had the throw been on target, but got away from Eilers, and that allowed the runner to move from first to second.
Here's the first pitch now from Bridger Babcock to Aaron Edwards. Swings and flies this one to left field, and that one will hold up enough for Parker O'Brien to get underneath it to make the catch, and that will end the inning. If the wind's blowing out, that one's got a chance to get out, or if we're in Harrisburg, that one's definitely out.
Yeah.
And here at Hyatt Stadium, and a day like today, it's just a lazy fly out to end the inning here in the top of the 5th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th. It's still 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Your mornings shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
Top of the order here for Post States in the bottom of the 5th inning, as the 8s will have Hudson Stosher, Parker O'Brien, and Sudden Sonnenschein. Will Eilers will hit if any of the 3 reach base. as Dirks, who has thrown 64 pitches through 4 innings, will work into the 5th with a 5-1 advantage. John Winkler alongside Blake Dean as the eights right now. And for Bridger Babcock, again, 5 really good innings, and he has been able to get, well, every pitcher is going to get fly balls from Harrisburg. They are trying to hit fly balls. They're not, swinging down the bat. Their launch angle, they want launch angles for everything. And so you're going to get fly balls from Harrisburg, but Babcock has kind of understood the conditions that it is, and he's been able to, he doesn't necessarily, he's not getting beat by keeping things elevated right now in the zone, where if the wind's blowing out, you have to keep everything low. Right now you're getting guys to kind of getting themselves out by being able to get those pop flies. As that one is at the top of the zone for a strike, and the count's now 1-1 here to Hudson Stosher, who didn't agree with that strike call against him. And 1-1 count here to Stosher, who is 1 for 2, single in the bottom of the first, ground out to the shortstop in the third. That one a miss inside, and the count's now 2-1.
Well, and to your point earlier, I think the wind today against a team like Harrisburg is about perfect. You're not going to get a wind that's any better than what we're seeing today, blowing basically in from left field, almost directly across the field towards first base or to the right field line. So wind blowing in, it's going to knock everything down, especially off the bats of Harrisburg.
3-1 pitch is over for a strike. The count's now 3-2. And it's not the wind that, will take a pop fly from the third baseman and take it into foul territory either. It's a steady wind, but it's not the overpowering wind. As here's a ground ball to the second baseman, and Edwards, he'll field to his left. He'll make the play, and the leadoff man gone here in the bottom of the 5th. And it brings up Parker O'Brien with nobody on here and 1 out in the bottom of the 5th inning. We've also played games here at Hyde Stadium where you're going to pop up at the mound, and you're not sure if it's going to actually stay in play or not. It might just find its way out of play, hitting the top of a dugout. Where this one, the pop flyers are going to kind of be true inside the infield, but they're really going to hang up for anything that goes outside of the infield. As that first pitch is over for strike 1. I think that was, the 2 RBI turned into a double for Dalton Wendling that second baseman Riker Edson, the shortstop Hudson Stosher at that time, as that one's fouled straight back and the count's 0-2. They probably saw it go off the bat and thinking that's a can of corn to the center fielder. And, and Johnson had such a long run, that's where that ball ended up falling in and being to the advantage of Harrisburg with that 2 RBI double. But everything else has kind of been advantage for the eights to get those pop flies to hang up in the air. 0-2 pitch here to O'Brien from Andrew Dirks. That one's outside. Good curveball. That's a good take there from O'Brien. Count goes now 1-2.
Yeah, very rarely are you going to see a 2 RBI double land about 185 feet from home plate.
That one is taken on the outside edge for strike 3, and there is the second out. And it's the third strikeout looking, 5th strikeout overall for Andrew Dirks. And it brings up Sudden Sunshine. Reached on a fielder's choice back in the bottom of the first inning, and then he singled in the third. Looking to get on base for the 3rd straight time. 2 outs and nobody on here in the bottom of the 5th. There's some activity out in the right field bullpen for the eights, as that one will miss high and outside for ball 1. As I believe that is, Hudson Stosher is warming up out in the right field bullpen right now. Here's the 1-0 from Dirks to Sunshine. Ground ball on the left side. This will be fielded by the shortstop, Woodwicki. Another low throw, but another good job at first base by Windling to pick it out. He's been busy over there with a lot of scoops at first, but it is a 1-2-3 inning for Dirks here in the 5th. We head to the 6th, 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Did you know a well-maintained AC will last up to 40% longer? Save money and extend the life of your equipment with AirTech Heating and Cooling. From Oneida to Fort Pierre, we help homeowners and businesses slash their energy costs with high-efficiency cooling systems and precision maintenance. Don't let a dirty filter or low refrigerant drain your wallet this summer. Experience the AirTech advantage. Call AirTech today at 605-945-0160 to join our maintenance program. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned, keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community, both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Back here at Hyde Stadium, it is the top of the 6th inning and a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre Post State. It is 8-9-1, Wyatt Witwicky, Madden Wendling, and Griffin Schlappkohl. He might reach his base. It'll be Bryson Esser here in the top of the 6th. Coming up after we're done here tonight, if possible, we'll see where things stand when we're done here, but it is Carolina and Montreal, 2-1. Carolina leads that series in the NHL Eastern Conference Final, as it is in Montreal for Game 4 tonight. And then tomorrow we'll have Game 6 of the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs, with Friday having Game 5 potentially, again, depending on when we get done with Pierre and Brookings on Friday. We'll have Game 5 of that Carolina-Montreal series. Then Saturday night would be Game 7 of Oklahoma City and San Antonio. Again, if that is necessary, which San Antonio would have to win tomorrow night to make Game 7 necessary. Here is Wyatt Witwicky. First pitch swinging. He'll foul it back for strike one. Vegas is in the Stanley Cup Final. New York Knicks are in the NBA Finals. And we at least have either basketball or hockey on every night now, instead of the sweeps happening on the same night. We at least get to keep one sport or the other going. 0-1 pitch. That'll miss low and away, and it counts now 1-1. So now it's down to 3 teams from each side, and who you're picking in the NBA and the NHL.
I like Oklahoma City as much as that pains me to say as a Wolves fan. They're just too deep, too good.
This is popped up, foul territory behind home plate, sudden sun and shine, and it will make the catch after it hits the netting. So it's a foul ball.
Yeah, because everybody's kind of looking around like, what just happened? What's the ruling there?
So they're going to talk about it. I mean, that's a fantastic catch by Sudden Sunshine, and we wouldn't have seen it. I almost, it looked like it hit the netting. And it did, so there it is just a foul ball. But that's a heck of a play to catch it off the deflection for Sun and Shine.
Absolutely. And a great sell job, too, because he made the umpires go get together and talk about it, too.
He showed the umpire that he caught it. I think he knew that it wasn't going to be an out, but he at least showed the umpire that he caught it.
Right.
See if maybe he can trick him into calling him out. But the count's now 2-2 here to Witwicky.
Well, in first base ump, when the home plate ump asked for help, first base ump was kind of looking, just kind of shrugged at him like, I didn't see anything.
I can't tell if that actually hit the netting or not. It seemed like everybody thought it did, but
yeah.
So I think it was just a confirmation of, it definitely skimmed off the netting and changed direction a little bit. 2-2 pitch. This is grounded on the third baseline, but it will bounce foul. And we'll do it again here at 2-2.
Or a conversation that happened where first base umpire says, or the field umpire says, I wasn't really looking at it, so we're going to go with the original call.
Right. There's no chance I can see what it did. Yeah. I mean, you can try and push. It's a high netting here at Hyde Stadium, just like it would be anywhere else. But you potentially could push it back enough where the ball wouldn't actually touch the netting. That one's ripped down the third base line, but that is going to be foul as well. And it remains a 2-2 count. But it's still really good job by Sunshine after it was deflected off to catch it like it was a routine pop-up.
Mm-hmm.
And while he's hitting the bricks with his shin pads behind home plate. Here's a 2-2. That one's fouled back. Remains a 2-2 count. Another foul ball in this at-bat by Witwicky.
Yeah, Witwicky putting up a huge fight right now against Babcock, really driving the pitch count up as well.
As we're starting to get late in this ball game, top of the sixth. This is the leadoff man here in the top of the sixth inning. Another 2-2. And this one is skied up into shallow right field. Long run coming in as the right fielder to make the catch as Templeton will put it away for the first out. Here to open up the top of the sixth inning and brings up Madden Wendling, who is 0 for 2. The lefty ground out to the first baseman, Alec Eilers, in his first at-bat, and then he popped out of the shortstop, Hudson Stosher, in his second at-bat. One down, nobody on here at the top of the sixth. A 4-run lead for Harrisburg here in game one of our doubleheader. That one will miss just a bit outside for ball one. Also between games, we mentioned going into game two, we'll have a conversation with Spencer Seringer as the game goes along. Between games, we'll have as that one's outside, the count's now 2-0, we'll have a ceremony for a couple of seniors that will get a scholarship award to them from the high school baseball side of things. One being the guy on the mound, the other guy being the guy at third base. 2-0 pitch from Babcock. That one missed maybe a little bit outside.
Oh, you had it on a tee for you, John. Bob Euchre was right there.
I'm just saying, just a bit outside.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was going to be the other way around. 3-0 pitch. That one is down the middle for a strike. Or I think it was the Royals broadcaster that said that one's right down the middle for ball one. I think some of the post-8 fans probably felt that way, that it looked like it was almost right down the middle for ball two or ball three at the time. 3-1 pitch. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 3-2. From 3-0 now to 3-2.
But it would have been truly accurate with just a bit outside,
right, yeah.
as opposed to when Rick Vaughn threw it in Major League the movie. It was, up to the backstop and nowhere close.
Here's the 3-2 pitch from Bridger Babcock. Ground ball to the third baseman, Schaefer. He'll wait on it. He'll field. His throw to first is going to retire Windling. And there's now two down and back to the top of the order for Griffin Schlappkohl.
Babcock at 97 pitches now so far through 5 2/3.
I'm saying he was at 64 to start that fifth inning, and tells you how many pitches he's had to throw the last inning and 2/3 by the amount of guys that just have worked deep counts or been able to foul 2 strike pitches away. As that first pitch is high and outside for ball one. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. It's now a 1-1 count.
Speaking of Bob Euchre, going back to our FCC talk, that was the scene in Major League where where he was looking for the sponsor and he goes, I can't find it. To heck with it, except it was the non-FCC version of what I just said,
Yeah.
That would have been
nobody's listening anyway.
Well, right, exactly, yes. That would have been a fantastic spot to just pull out all of the Major League quotes from Bob Euchre.
2-1 pitch. That's a fly ball to right center field. Aiden Johnson does not need a rocket up his butt to make the catch. He'll retire the side. That will take us
That was beautiful.
to the bottom of the sixth inning. It is a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention, it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style.
From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the sixth. Andrew Dirks, who has thrown 76 pitches through 5 innings, will work here in the bottom of the sixth. 3 hits, 1 unearned run allowed, 3 walks, and 5 strikeouts for him. Bridger Babcock at 97 pitches. We'll see if they give him a chance to start the top of the 7th, because he can get 2 outs in 7 pitches, then be able to get that final out in that 7th inning. But he has given up 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout for Bridger Babcock. And it is 4, 5, and 6 here for the Eights in the bottom of the 6th. Will Eilers, Riker Edson, and Alec Eilers. He might reach his base, and it'll go to Hudson Schaefer. As Post State trying to make a comeback here in this first game of the doubleheader. And we will have game 2 coming up after game 1 concludes. It'll be right around half hour between games. And then we'll get that second game for you here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. I do want to give a big shout out to all of those that tuned in last Friday. We unable to bring up video, didn't have the streaming rights, all that stuff. We still had over 1,000 views on our YouTube broadcast alone. It ended up being like 1,100 views, and I appreciate those that tuned in. Even though we couldn't bring you the video for it, such a fantastic audience that tuned in for us during the postseason, and that also leads into those guys that you hear, all the businesses that are sponsoring what was Pierre Governor Baseball, now the same for Post 8 Baseball, as that was over for strike 1 to Will Eilers. Really go to those businesses and do business with all those that are sponsoring here on KCCR for now Post 8 Baseball, as Eilers will take high for a ball, and the count's now 1-1. Because they're the reason why we bring you these games for free on YouTube and on the radio and give you a chance to listen. You don't need to have a subscription anywhere. You don't need to pay any money for it, other than getting those products that those businesses are selling, as this one is grounded to the first baseman as picked up by Wendling for the first out, as Eilers is gone in and brings up Riker Edson to the plate.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say, just a fantastic, I really appreciate all the support that we had on Friday for a game that, again, you couldn't watch it on YouTube for us, but there's that many people that still tuned in to listen to us. As Edson will line this out towards right center field, that is down for a base hit. He'll take the turn at first and hold up with a 1-out single. His first varsity hits here in the Senior Legion ranks for Riker Edson, and it brings up Alec Eilers to the plates.
Yeah, nice piece of hitting there by Edson, just going to right center field and dropping it between the center fielder and the right fielder for the 4th hit of the game, and to your point, his first hit as a Legion/varsity ball player. But to that point, what you were talking about earlier, whether it's a new car or food or insurance or whatever you need, a new heating and cooling system, whatever the case is, go do businesses with those fine folks, because they're the reason we're able to bring you these games over the airwaves for free. So definitely check them out, because there's a reason why they are promoting themselves. They do offer very quality, high-end products across all entities. So please support them, because they've supported us bringing you this coverage of baseball.
Here's a ground ball to the shortstop, Witwicky. Underhand flips to second for 1, back to first. It is a 6-4-3 double play, and that will take care of the bottom of the 6th inning. We head to the 7th, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. We head to the top of the 7th. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC. So it's Hudson Stosher on the mound here in the top of the 7th, who will try and keep this a 4-run deficit as Brecken Furman will move over to shortstop, so he will be in place of Will Eilers in the batting order. And the Eights will now go to that historic National League lineup with now Hudson Stosher on the mound, and I guess technically somewhat of a position player pitching. It's not, because that's how Senior Legion and high school baseball is played, but it is that historic National League lineup without a DH in it. As we look at the stats here for Bridger Babcock in his 6 innings of work, and again, he threw really well in those 6 innings. Gave up 7 hits, 5 runs, 2 walks, and a strikeout on 97 pitches, and he had an opportunity to get out of that 3rd inning without any runs scoring, just a bleeder that ended up falling that turned into 3 runs scoring overall in that inning. Otherwise, you're talking about a 2-1 game here in the top of the 7th, and maybe Bridger Babcock still in the game because of the pitch count where it was at. He probably could have stayed in there, but he did his job to give the Eights an opportunity to win a ball game, as this is a ground ball, the first pitch, off the glove of Schaefer at third. He'll pick it back up. He'll still throw to first to get the first out on the first pitch by Hudson Stosher to Bryson Esser, and the first out here in the top of the 7th.
Nice play there by Huddy, sticking with that. Bobbled it a little bit, but was able to field it with the bare hand and make the strong throw across the diamond for the first out of this top of the 7th. And good start to Hudson Stosher's season pitching debut here for the Eights.
So now it brings up Noah Rutten, and for Stosher during the regular season through just 2 2/3 innings, he had 1 start and 4 appearances overall, as the first pitch misses just low for ball 1. 0-1 record, 3 hits, 7 runs, 6 earned, with 8 walks and 3 strikeouts. That ERA inflated with only 2 2/3 innings at 15.75 and a whip at 4.13, and this will be lined into left field for a base hit. And Rutten is now 2 for 3 in the ball game. His second hit's first single, and it brings up now Jackson Raisler, who has an RBI so far for Harrisburg. He is 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the first and flew out to left in the 5th. And going back to everybody that tuned in last Friday and has tuned in throughout the season, as the first pitch will be at the knees for strike 1. Dustin Hunsley, since he's obviously not here right now, with Porter being ready to go running and being at the state track and field meet tomorrow. But people from Mitchell tuning in and watching and listening quite a bit. There's quite a bit of people that tune in from around the states that catch post-state games, which I guess the good and the bad of it is you get a little film on post-state because you enjoy watching the broadcast, and other teams don't. You don't get the film of the other teams, although game-changer videos. But it is fun to see and to hear from other folks around the area. Obviously, Pierre's got the best fans in all sports.
And the best play-by-play announcer.
Well, that's not where I was going with it.
That's where I was going with it.
As it is a pickoff attempt and back safely at first is Noah Rutten. But it is fun to hear from other folks around the state that are tuning in, that their allegiances and their fans of those other teams. This one's chopped behind the plate, goes into fair territory, and Stosher will – oh, no, they're going to say it's a foul ball right now. Stosher definitely touched that in fair territory.
But it must have hit the batter when he was still in the box.
Definitely, obviously doesn't matter. The first part of it was that the ball definitely bounced behind home plate. Then it went into fair territory, so it had a lot of English on to begin with. But then Stosher slid and hit it in the grass in fair territory.
Which should be a fair ball.
Yeah, that's a fair ball. Unless the home plate umpire deems that he didn't actually hit it and it just skipped that way. And that will be a foul ball, and Post State will catch a massive break. And so it's now 1-2. That definitely is a break for the Eights, and now see if Stosher can get a ground ball, something up the middle, and turn a double play and get out of the inning.
And I don't know. The only thing that I can think that would have made that a foul ball would have been had it hit the batter while he was still in the box.
1-2 pitch will be upstairs, and the count's now 2-2. And I think, that could have been, and truthfully too, Coach Butine maybe might have got that answer from the home plate umpire, and they talked about it a little bit longer of saying, okay, why didn't you say that right away, all that stuff. Because the conversation, as long as it took, seemed like that wouldn't have been the case, but it could still have been what the home plate umpire was saying.
Right.
But it is now a full count. 3-2 with one out. We'll see if Noah Rudden wants to take off. Not sure if he'll end up taking it off with a 3-2 count and just one out. 3-2 pitch. It'll be ball 4. It'll get to the backstop. And so on at first is Raisler anyway. And it will bring up now the man that's gotten 3 runs driven into the 5, Dalton Wendling, who is 1 for 3. He had an RBI ground out in the first, a 2 RBI double in the third, and a pop out in foul territory to the first baseman in the 5th inning. Still 1 pitch away from getting a ground ball and getting you out of the inning on a potential double play. But now runner in score position here for Harrisburg. First pitch will miss low for ball 1.
So really the only difference between the fair foul call earlier and our situation now is that Stosher's got 3 extra pitches on his pitch count.
1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. That counts now 1-1. Yeah, it really changed. I mean, the difference for Raisler, the potential, I don't know if probably would have been a base hit. Could have been, though, charged in air, so
right.
Raisler doesn't have to worry about whether he gets a hit or not. Here's a ground ball, the shortstop Furman. Underhand flip to second for 1, back to first. There's your double play, and there's your inning-ending double play. 6-4-3 gets you out and into the bottom of the 7th inning with the Eights down by 4. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. To the bottom of the 7th, the Eights need 4 to tie the ball game up, down by 4 to Harrisburg. Back in a minute on KCCR. Watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the 7th, and it is Pierre Post State down by 4 to Harrisburg, 5-1. As Wild Thing playing here at Hyatt Stadium. John Winkler alongside Blake Wild Thing Dean. As you are at the bottom of the 7th, 7, 8, 9. Hudson Schaefer, Carter Templeton, Aiden Johnson. You'd rather be Pedro Serrano? Oh boy, now I'm blanking on the third baseman's name.
Dorn, Roger
yeah.
Dorn.
You probably don't want to be Roger Dorn.
Heck no. Can I just be Jake Taylor?
You could be Jake Taylor.
That's the most normal of any of those cast of characters there.
Here is Hudson Schaefer. Here's a chopper off the plate. It'll be picked up by the catcher. The throw to first. A good play bouncing out from the crouch with Schlapkohl in front of the plate. Was able to make the play and the throw to first. And the first pitch goes for out number 1 here in the bottom of the 7th. And it brings up now Carter Templeton. Carter Templeton is 0 for 1. He struck out swinging in the 2nd. Drew a walk in the 4th. As Andrew Dirks is trying to get through a complete game here in this bottom of the 7th inning right now. His first pitch will miss outside for ball 1. Game 2 coming up after we get done with game number 1. About 25 to 30 minutes after game 1 concludes. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-1. And then we'll start to get you set for that second game, but also we'll hear from News Director Zach Nelson his 5 o'clock news in the potential 6 o'clock hour. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. Templeton well behind the fastball. Dirk still bringing the velocity here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Dirks to Templeton. Another looked like a changeup potentially, and that's a strikeout of Templeton. There's now 2 down, and the Eights down to their final outs as Aiden Johnson will come to the plate. He is 0 for 2 with 2 ground outs. And he's got to start a 2-out rally that will score 4 runs. Boy, Pierre, while they're down by 4 right now, it felt like it's a 4-run game, but really when you start looking at how Harrisburg was able to score those 5 runs in total, one pitch away from being a completely different ball game right now and being a 2-1 game in this bottom of the 7th instead of a 5-1 lead for Harrisburg. 0-1 pitch, that's a curveball that will drop in, and now Post 8 is down to their final strike here in game 1.
Well, and to that point, this baseball is a game of breaks, and a game of, really one play can make the difference in a ball game. And that play in the top of the 3rd really has made this one a little bit more lopsided for Harrisburg than, is truly what the result of this game was, because these are 2 relatively evenly matched teams had it not been for that one play that ended up being a 2 RBI double as strikeout of Johnson for Dirks ends the ball game. Complete game for Dirks on the mound.
5-1 win for Harrisburg over Pierre, as we will step aside and come back in 2 minutes to wrap up game number 1. You're listening to Pierre Post 8 Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry. From commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades, our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
People helping people. Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union. With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
As we welcome you back, it is a final score in game number 1 as Post State will fall 5-1 to the Harrisburg Post 45 team. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean. And Blake, again, we mentioned it right before we got done with that right before we got done with that game. It was really for Post State, it's a 5-1 game that doesn't end up feeling like a 5-1 game because the Eights were very much in that ball game towards the end.
Yeah, they really were. And to that point, one bloop double, basically, which is what ended up happening there, gives Harrisburg 2 runs in the top of the third. They get an additional 1 to add on to it. But apart from that play, really, because, if that's caught, Post State escapes that top of the third with a 0. So apart from that play, it's really a 2-1 ball game, pretty evenly matched throughout between both teams. Dirks' complete game on the mound for Harrisburg, throws all 7 innings. He gets 7 strikeouts. If I'm remembering correctly, I'm just pulling up his stats now. 4 hits, 1 run, 1 earned run. It was an earned run, 3 walks, 7 strikeouts. He did have a couple of wild pitches, and that was actually what scored the run for the Eights. Was that wild pitch in the bottom of the first. But apart from that, a solid outing by Dirks. And then on the flip side, Babcock for the Eights really pitched well also. He threw 6 innings, allowed 5 earned runs on 7 hits, 2 walks, 1 strikeout, 1 wild pitch, and a hit by pitch. Threw 101 pitches through 6 innings. But, as much traffic as there was on the bases for Harrisburg, he really kept them in check and kept runs off the board, did Babcock in this ballgame, and gave the Eights a chance. And that's all you can ask for from your opening day starter. And unfortunately, Post State just ends up a few hits short and maybe a play or 2 short on the defensive side of things, and just not able to string enough offense together throughout the ballgame, thanks to a complete game 1-run effort by Dirks in this ballgame. Andrew Dirks threw a whale of a ballgame here in Game 1 of the Post State Legion season.
Dalton Wendling's finished with 3 RBIs with that ground out and the 2 RBI double in that third inning that went from Harrisburg leading a 2-0 or 2-1 to now then leading 4-1 with an RBI from Rylan Cody and Jackson Raisler as well. First RBI was by Raisler, and then Cody had the 5th RBI of the ball game. 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 6 men left on base, 1 run, 4 hits, 1 error, and 5 men left on base for Pierre. As Blake mentioned, Andrew Dirks is the winning pitcher. Bridger Babcock will get the loss. Hudson Stosher gave up just 1 hit with a walk in his 12 pitches in the 1-inning outing that he had in the top of the 7th. Time of the ball game was 1 hour and 52 minutes. The Eights had their 4 hits. Hudson Stosher had the first one in the first inning. Then they had back-to-back hits by Sutton Sonnenschein and Will Eilers, although they did not cash in on those 2 two-out hits. And then a base hit by Riker Edson that was turned into a 6-4-3 double play that ended that first game, that end of the inning in that bottom of the 6th for Post State. So it is a 5-1 win for Harrisburg in Game 1. Game 2 coming up here in just a moment. We'll also have a ceremony before we get through that start of that second game. We'll have it here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. But right now we're going to send things back to the radio station for our 5 o'clock news with News Director Zach Nelson in the 6 o'clock hours. You are listening to KCCR Pierre Riverfront Broadcasting Station. So we'll come back in 3 minutes and hear from News Director Zach Nelson on the 5 o'clock news as you're listening to KCCR, and you're also watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Before we go to that break real quick, for those that are watching, we're going to keep this same game going on the video stream on YouTube, so don't go anywhere. You can keep it up, keep it going, get your dinner, get everything that you're ready to go with before the second game. But we'll have that here on YouTube at KCCR Sports. So back in 2 minutes here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684.
Officials with the South Dakota Department of Education and State Historical Society took part in the planting of a Liberty tree as a part of celebrating America's 250th birthday. State Historical Society Director Dr. Ben Jones says the planting of Liberty trees is taking place across the state and nation.
Worked in Pierre for a number of years now. No decision can be done quickly. That lasts. So we had to go through two commissions, not only our own commission, but also the Capital Beautification Commission, and get their sign off, and they were enthusiastic to do so. Worked with the various number of groups to pick a tree and to pick this location and to think through how we're going to do this. The idea is something that Game Fish and Parks will implement across the state in the fullness of time throughout the year.
Assistant Director of the Historical Society, David Grabitsky, says the tradition of the Liberty Tree idea dates back to the 1600s.
It was planted near the neck of Boston Harbor, and if you know where that is, it's a narrow spigot of land there. And it became a focal point for a lot of community protest. And certainly when the Stamp Act was passed, there were two notable characters in the Stamp Act. The Earl of Bute, spelled B-U-T-E, looks like Butte to us, but Bute, and the Prime Minister, Lord Grenville.
In many cases, a boot was attached to represent the two with a devil placed inside. The same is true of South Dakota's tree. Grabitsky says the original was cut down in a protest.
The Liberty tree originally was an elm. Loyalists came out and chopped down the tree because it, like I said, it was a source of community protest and so forth, and so Loyalists chopped it down. But then other communities all across the country started planting Liberty trees, and Liberty trees were always a species that were appropriate to their area, and so this Liberty tree itself is a hackberry, which is native to the state of South Dakota.
The Liberty tree is planted just northwest of the Cultural Heritage Center on a knoll immediately east of the center's north driveway. A Pierre man facing rape and sexual assault charges in Hughes County has pleaded not guilty to those charges. An arraignment was held Tuesday afternoon for 33-year-old Jarrett Highbear. Highbear was indicted by a Hughes County grand jury 2 weeks ago on 11 charges involving two victims under 13 years old. High Bear is facing 5 counts of first-degree rape, 2 counts of fourth-degree rape, and 3 counts of sexual contact with a child under 16 years old. High Bear's attorney, David Seabrass, requested a bond reduction from $25,000 to $2,500. Assistant Attorney General Jessica Lamy asked Sixth Circuit Judge Christina Klinger to keep the original bond in place, given the fact the original bond was before additional charges were added to an indictment. Klinger says the bond is more than appropriate given the nature of the charges and denied the bond reduction. First-degree rape carries a mandatory minimum sentence of 15 years and max sentence of life in prison. Fourth-degree rape has a maximum sentence of 15 years. The sexual contact charge has a mandatory minimum of 10 years with a max of 15. High Bear is accused of assaulting the victims between January of 2018 and March of this year. High Bear is facing 95 years in prison on the mandatory minimums alone. The rate the Pierre School District pays substitute teachers is changing next year. District Business Manager Travis Dovry says subs will see a pay rate increase the same as full-time staff.
The substitute rates on an hourly basis are increasing 1%, which is consistent with the salary policy this year for classified staff and passport practices. And then the daily rates and half-day rates for in-classroom subs, recommending no changes there. I know last year I said that was something we wanted to take a look at this year, but given the tight constraints, I'm afraid we're going to have to push that back another year. But I think next year for sure will be time due to take a look at and increase those.
Meanwhile, no changes are being made to the district's meal rates.
So the last couple of years, we've had pretty substantial increases in lunch prices, trying to keep up with the cost of doing business in the school lunch program. I had several conversations with Mr. McClelland over the course of the year. There's some sentiment that that last increase maybe priced a few people out and drove some lower participation. He is looking at some other ways to gain efficiencies within that school lunch program. But the basis of that is no change to the breakfast or lunch prices.
Dovry says a change in state law is one exception to meal prices.
The only exception there is for the reduced prices. Our charge will now be zero to those students. As Mr. McClellan will keep track of those numbers submitted to the state as the state is picking up the tab. Right. And then for milk prices, again from the bid opening, or the bid approval last month for milk prices, I am recommending for single milk to increase that by 10 cents to 60 cents. And these prices have been stable for a while and haven't quite kept up with the cost of those little miniature cartons of milk.
20-day punch cards will increase $2 to $12. Quarter passes are increasing in cost to $25 from $21. Annual milk passes will go to $84 from $70. A 19-year-old Pierre woman was arrested over the Memorial Day holiday weekend on multiple charges, including speeding and a second offense drunk driving charge. Pierre Police Captain Kyle Cummings says on May 25th, around 2:25 a.m., an officer noticed a vehicle making a turn west from Garfield Avenue to Wells Avenue at an apparent high rate of speed. The officer used radar to confirm Olivia Young was driving 56 miles an hour, 21 miles an hour over the posted 35-mile-an-hour speed limit. As the officer made contact with Young during a traffic stop for speed, the smell of an alcoholic beverage prompted a field sobriety test and DUI investigation. As a result of that investigation, Young was arrested and transported to the Hughes County Jail on charges including a second offense DUI, speeding, underage consumption of alcohol, and driving on a revoked license. And the Pierre City Commission took significant steps forward Tuesday night to begin construction of a new taxiway system at Pierre Regional Airport. Staff engineer Scott Schweitzer asked commissioners to award a bid for the project.
We came in with a low bidder, Morris Incorporated, at $5,624,177.95. That was our only asphalt bidder. We did have two concrete bidders that showed up. They were both roughly $6.6 million, of a competitive move. We bid it as a straight comparison, not a life cycle cost comparison. So it was a low bidder was the low bid.
Commissioners also approved two grant applications for funding the project from the state and federal levels. Airport manager Casey Pomperine says the city is only on the hook for 5% of the funding.
The IJA 54 grant will cover $3,710,040 of this project. And the second grant application is for the Airport Improvement Program. This one's really our bread and butter. The total amount for this project being $6.17 million. The federal participation is actually 95%, and the other 5% will be split up between the state and the city. So our total monetary obligations is $154,305.
The final step was approving a construction services agreement. Schweitzer recommended the city's current airport engineer.
Generally, we select our airport engineers on 5-year intervals. Lochner's been working with Pierre for 2 years in a row now. They were the designer on the project, and then also as part of the FAA function, there has to be an independent fee evaluation done by a third-party consultant. That was completed. They found everything to be in line as far as the fees, the rates, and the time that they're estimating to do this.
Due to funding, only half of Taxiway C will be constructed this year, with the second half built possibly next year. With your Riverfront Broadcasting News, I'm News Director Zach Nelson reporting. News anytime online at kccrradio.com.
When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
At Shane's Pharmacy, your health and your time matter to us. Our team takes pride in providing personal, professional care, from filling your prescriptions quickly to answering your questions every step of the way. Need a little extra convenience? We offer free delivery.
Your effort, leadership, and passion for Pierre baseball have made a lasting impact on your teammates, coaches, school, and community. This recognition is well deserved. We are proud of the way you represent our program. Congratulations, both of you, and best wishes from all of us. Let's give them a hand, folks.
So as we welcome you back, and again, congratulations to Hudson Schaefer and Bridger Babcock for getting that scholarship for the high school through the high school baseball team at the High Performance Academy. As Parker O'Brien will be the starting pitcher in game number 2. We'll go through the starting lineups here in just a moment for both these teams, as we will return here in 3 minutes as you're listening to Post-State Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Back in 3 minutes. When your tank's running low and your stomach is growling, there's one place Pierre trusts, DJ Senex. Feel up fast, grab ice-cold drinks, selection of fresh donuts, and that perfect cup of coffee to keep you moving. Friendly faces, quick stops, and everything you need right when you need it. So next time you're on the go, make the easy stop. DJ Senex. Fueled by community, driven by you.
For years, you have trusted Larry Fry Heating and Cooling to keep your home comfortable, no matter the season. Now that same commitment to quality service and expert care has a new name. Introducing Kruger Climate Systems. We're familiar faces, the reliable technicians, and the same dedication you've always known, now under a new banner. From essential repairs and routine maintenance to brand new installations, we're here to ensure your home's perfect temperature. Kruger Climate Systems, your trusted partner for a comfortable home. Call us today for all your heating and cooling needs.
Inheritance, romance, and investment scams continue to plague South Dakotans with high dollar amount losses. They prey on vulnerable adults and swindle consumers out of their funds. Scammers befriend the victim, making it difficult for them to see the reality of what's happening. If you have a loved one susceptible to this type of scam, sit down and talk with them about these issues before it happens to them. If you or a loved one have been scammed in this manner, please reach out to the South Dakota Office of Attorney General's Consumer Protection Division at 800-300-1986.
Stolken Peterson LLP has been your local CPA firm for over 40 years, offering tax preparation, bookkeeping, payroll, and consulting services. If your business, farm, or ranch needs professional, accurate, and reliable services, we are your firm. Our clients are our #1 priority. If you need a higher level of accounting service, give us a call at 605-224-5828. That's Stolken Peterson LLP, 222 East Missouri Avenue in Pierre.
Has life left a dent in your ride? Or maybe you're dreaming of a fresh start for your classic. At Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, we bring vehicles back to life. Located right here in Fort Pierre with over 25 years experience, we specialize in expert auto body repair, from minor dings to major collision work. Got a boat or RV with fiberglass damage? We handle that too. And for projects needing a complete refresh, our professional sandblasting service preps anything ready for a perfect finish. For quality work you can trust, Hunsley Auto Body and Sandblasting, 605-280-4451, 310 West Highway 1434 in Fort Pierre.
Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping wants to make it easy for you to get that lush green lawn and that yard haven that you've been dreaming of. Visit dakotasprinkler.com to make appointments for sprinkler system spring startup, service calls, fall winterization, and landscaping quotes. Trust Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping's professionals to get you through the planning and installation to make your landscaping needs a reality. Visit dakotasprinkler.com today.
As we welcome you back, it is getting set for Game 2 of our doubleheader between Pierre and Harrisburg, as it is going to be, we're going to talk with Spencer Sanger here in just a little bit as well, as we're going to go through the starting lineups. First for Harrisburg, Jackson Racler, the center fielder, lead things off. Bryson Esser, the left fielder, will bat second. Noah Rutten, the DH, will bat third. Griffin Schlappcole, the third baseman, will bat fourth. Dalton Wendling, the catcher, batting fifth. Rylan Cody, the first baseman, batting sixth. It'll be, my handwriting is absolutely atrocious, so I got to make sure I get the right name here, as it will be, let's see here, that's the wrong lineup. Let's look at this again. It will be Grady Woolbrink, not Grad Woolbrink, Grady Woolbrink, Nick Riley, the second baseman, batting eighth, and Wyatt Witwicky, the shortstop, batting ninth, as it'll be Madden Wendling on the mound for Harrisburg in game number 2. For Pierre Post State, Hudson Stosher, the shortstop, will lead things off. Riker Edson, the third baseman, batting second. Sutton Sunshine, the left fielder, batting third. Alec Eiler is the DH, batting fourth. Bridger Babcock, the first baseman, will bat fifth. Will Eiler is the catcher, batting sixth. Hudson Schaefer, the right fielder, batting seventh. Aiden Johnson is batting eighth, the center fielder. And Brecken Furman, the second baseman, will bat ninth for Post 8. And Parker O'Brien is on the mound for the Eights. And we do have Spencer Sanger up here in the press box, but we're going to wait just a little bit longer to talk to him. We're going to wait till Game 2 fully starts to bring everybody back and get everybody here so they can hear what Spencer Sanger has to say. The newest high school baseball Hall of Famer coming from Pierre, the third ever Pierre Governor to be in the High School Baseball Hall of Fame. We'll return back in 3 minutes as you're listening to Post State Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Most of us already know that Gales Gas of Pierre is the place to call for propane. They offer an automatic fill plan so you never have to worry about running out of propane. They accept debit and credit payments or a budget payment plan to spread out the cost throughout the year so you never have surprises when you get your bill. For delivery, convenience, and great customer service, call Gales Gas at 224-5518. That's Gales Gas at 224-5518.
At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we salute the service and sacrifice of our members. To show our appreciation for veterans, active duty military, and first responders, we're proud to introduce the We Salute Service and Sacrifice Loan Program, granting a special rate reduction on eligible consumer loans. Valid offer on new secure loans only. Internal refinances and unsecured loans do not qualify. Veterans, active duty military, and first responders, contact our loan team for more details. All deposits are insured up to $250,000 by NCUA. At Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, we're big on you.
Wake Wagner Auto in Pierre has been hitting home runs for over 100 years, delivering quality vehicles and top-notch service to our community. Whether you need a rugged truck, a dependable SUV, or a fuel-efficient car, we've got the perfect lineup to keep you on the road. Proud sponsor of this season's baseball action, we're here to help you drive home a great deal. Stop by today or visit WagnerAuto.com. Wagner Auto, South Dakota's oldest auto dealer.
When the South Dakota wind howls and the rain pours, is your home ready? Introducing Pierre Roofing and Gutters, the newest name serving Pierre, Fort Pierre, and surrounding communities. Owned by Karsten Erickson, the same expert you've trusted for years at Karsten Erickson Roofing and Construction, we're expanding to keep our community covered. From full replacement to seamless gutter installs, Karsten and his team deliver. Don't wait for the next storm. Call Pierre Roofing and Gutters today for a free estimate. 605-280-8080. Pierre Roofing and Gutters. Built strong, built local.
As community bankers, BankWest employees are deeply committed to supporting local causes, growing the local economy, and creating local opportunities. At a time when you can bank anywhere, we hope you choose BankWest. We'll be your financial partner for the long haul, helping you and your community achieve financial success. BankWest. Convenient, connected, committed. Member FDIC.
AGE Corporation has been building South Dakota for over 60 years. For all your site work, construction, and crane needs, AGE is there for you. If you need a boat dock and dock lighting, AGE has what you need. Visit their website, agecorp.com, or give them a call at 223-2732. AGE Corporation, providing high-quality services without sacrificing safety. Visit agecorp.com or call 223-2732. As we welcome you back, we are getting sent for first pitch between Pierre and Harrisburg as the Eights will be taking the field here in just a moment. As again, it'll be Jackson Raisler on the mound, it'll be Parker O'Brien on the mound for Post State. Jackson Raisler will be the first man to come to the plate. But we are joined here in the press box right now with Spencer Seringer. Spence, it is good to have you back in America for a little while. How long are you back for?
I've only got about 2 weeks left.
Okay.
Here, I guess a little bit less than 2 weeks, but it was a lot longer than the amount of time I was here for. Last time I was only here for 5 days, and by the time I was here, I felt like I was traveling more than I was actually here. Just because of the flights, it's 32 hours of travel both ways, or 32 hours one way, 32 hours back. So.
Yeah.
It gets to be a lot.
So it's 7:21 right now. What time is it in Australia?
It is.
And I guess because you live in Perth, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm in Perth. So it is 6:21 in the morning, Thursday morning. In Perth right now. Yeah.
So it makes it kind of hard to, unless it's early morning or early evening, it's kind of hard to communicate with family.
Yeah, that's usually the only time I'm able to communicate with them, and I usually don't work on Fridays, so I'm able to give my parents a call that day. So Fridays are designated call my parents kind of day. But then all the other times, it's kind of hard to get it all in because then it doesn't really allow myself to get into a schedule over there because I have my own routine over there. But yeah, as long as I can pick a day out, call them, call the family, and just update them on where I'm at and how things are going.
And you are in Australia because you're playing professional baseball over in Australia, and you had a pretty good year this past year because. Was it that you're the league MVP, basically?
Yeah.
Maybe it's a different word.
Well, they call it the fairest and best, but they use the fairest and best is given to the MVP, basically. That's what they use for all their professional sports over there, which is cricket, which is one of their main ones, then AFL, which is Australian Football League, which has some tie to soccer and rugby a little bit, but they've also got rugby over there as well. But, yeah, it's just kind of cool learning their culture. I was telling my parents that when I first came over there, or even before I came over, I would always turn the TV off when a cricket or AFL would come on here in the States. But now that I got a good understanding of the sports over there, I'm kind of a really big fan of it now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you been to a couple AFL games?
Yeah, I've been to a couple of AFL games and then a couple of the cricket games. And yeah, cricket, if you don't know, it's pretty similar to baseball, but they've even got games of cricket that can last 5 days.
Have you been there for all five days?
No. Yeah, I don't think you'll catch me going. I mean, I've watched on TV one day, but that's probably the most I'll do. But
Okay.
usually everyone at work is always, or everyone in Australia will have it on at work. So I worked in a warehouse while I was over there, so we would just kind of have it playing loudly over everything, and yeah, it was just you kind of listen when you wanted. And
yeah, that's awesome. And Spencer Sanger is joining us here in the press box, who, again, league MVP of this 2025-26 season, because your season, as Parker O'Brien gets on the mound here in Jackson Racler, will get us started. I'll ask you the question here in just a moment, as the first pitch will come into Racler and miss for ball one here at 7:24. When does your season, month-wise, when does your baseball season start and when does it end?
Yeah, so the seasons are flipped down in Australia. So our winters here, our summers down there. So our baseball season is during the summer, which would be September until March.
Is that kind of a hard thing to adjust to a little bit? Maybe not just because like you go out to a baseball field and it's 80, 90 degrees outside.
Yeah.
Who cares what month it is? You're going to go play some baseball. As that one's over for a strike, and the count's now 3-1 to the leadoff man here in Jackson Racler. Make that 2-1 to the leadoff man here in Jackson Racler. And probably just the temperature-wise, it doesn't even matter what month it is. Then you're just ready to play some baseball. 2-1 is missing, and the count's now 3-1.
Yeah, so I mean, it's baseball at the end of the day. End of the day, as long as it's summer and good weather, you're going to play baseball. And Perth has got some pretty good weather. It's pretty similar to Texas weather, so it gets pretty hot in the summers. Not a whole lot of rain, so the weather was pretty much perfect, I guess, unless you're me and you're in a catcher's gear and it's 100 degrees, 104 degrees, or there's Celsius. So I would say it's 40 degrees Celsius, but yeah. Still a game at the end of the day. It's fun.
You're still at home when you're in 100-degree weather and catcher's gear, right?
Yeah,
That's
I'm pretty well used to it. I also
right.
went down to Florida to play down there, so I'm used to humidity. I'm used to heat.
That first pitch here to Bryson Esser misses outside after a walk to Jackson Racler. Yeah, because you played, obviously for Pierre, for Post State, you played college ball. Then you finished your college ball down at Rollins College where you made the Division II World Series. And then you played for the Sioux Falls Canaries where you guys made the championship series while you were there. Here's a line shot into left field for a base hit. Racler will go from second, try to get to third. The throw coming in. He did not slide, and the ball was right at the base, and it was off the third baseman's glove and Edson. Otherwise, he probably would have been out, and it'll be a single that makes it. But then advancing to second on the throw was Esser. So it's now second and third here with nobody out, and it brings up Noah Rutten. But again, talking with Spencer Sanger, the Division II College World Series, the Championship Series in the American Association, and winning the MVP, and you guys won the championship in Australia, correct?
No, we ended up we made it to the semifinal,
Okay.
lost to the team, who ended up winning it.
So
yeah.
you
So I mean, we've had a lot of success over there.
right. While you're still kind of looking for that championship, you've been a part of a lot of championship caliber teams over your time of college and the professional ranks too.
Well, even going back even into high school as well. You look at the team that we had when my senior year. I can't remember how well we did in high school, but in Legion we ended up winning our senior year. Went up to the regional up in Dickinson. Didn't make it past that, but even that was a fun little experience for everyone.
Yeah, I was texting your former teammate, Spence, who was your left fielder in those times. My brother, Bradley, he actually sent me the records from the teams that year. 18-2 in the high school season. Didn't end up winning the high school state championship.
Well, I think we ended up losing to Sioux Falls Roosevelt, who was undefeated that year. I think if my memory is correct.
That sounds right. And then you guys go 38-17 in the Legion season, win the state championship, go up to Dickinson in the regional, 2-2 in the regional, undefeated at the state tournament, as that ball is going to get away and Run's going to score for Harrisburg to make it a 1-0 ball game here. But a 38-17 record in the 2017 season, 5-0 at the state tournament. You came in and threw a whale of a baseball game at the end because John, this was before your time. Spence caught 6 innings, the championship game. He then comes on after Kyle Stover, who was probably your guys' third or fourth starter that year, throws probably the best game I ever saw Kyle throw. 6 innings against Mitchell. And then your closer, your normal closer, Austin Haas, comes in a little bit erratic in that ball game. And Coach White's coming out like, who do I got left? Because we've thrown 4 games that year.
This is flown out to center field, backing up with the center fielder Aiden Johnson to make the catch. Runner will tag from third, so another run will come in to score on the RBI sac fly to make it 2-0 with 1 out here in the top of the first and nobody on now.
So circling back to that, had you thrown that year prior to the state championship game? I don't remember.
I might have only thrown a few innings here and there, but it wasn't a consistent amount of time getting on the mound. Yeah, it's just, I think being a catcher helps that, though, because I'm normally just throwing it back to the pitcher anyway.
Right.
But, yeah, putting myself into that situation, I guess I didn't put myself into it, but being put into that situation, I don't know. I think I just didn't really let it get to me a whole lot, and I just was like, oh, I'll just throw a strike, see what happens. If they hit it, they hit it. Because I know at that point we had some pretty good defense, so if they were going to hit it, we had guys in the field who were able to make a play for me in the back.
Yeah, because the game went to extras, if I remember right, and you guys ended up winning in extra innings because you weren't the away team for that game, were you? I don't remember.
I remember we were in the away dugout. I don't know if we were the away team because we were the higher seed than them,
right, and
I
you
think.
were the – but did Mitchell win the first game? Because I was thinking that you guys had to win on defense.
Yeah.
Because you got 3 outs on defense to win the championship, but I don't remember.
Because, I mean, that was before me, so I'm trying to remember. Because we did air it on KCCR
it was.
In 2020 during COVID and replayed that state championship. And I don't remember now if you guys had lost that game. There's a 3-2 count here to Griffin Schlapkohl on a swing and a miss pitch. And then, end up having to turn around and beat them again. But
that would have made sense, honestly.
I
that was 9 years ago.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I played a lot of baseball in between then, so it's hard for me to remember a lot of the things. So,
what's a big memory from playing for Pierre in Post State that, other than now the state championship, we just talked about that. What's one of those big time memories that kind of, whenever somebody talks to you about high school baseball or Post State baseball, that you remember exactly this scenario? What is that memory? Is that's a ball 4 and a walk to Griffin Schlapkohl?
ooh, that's a tough one. I think probably not a specific memory, but I always enjoyed going to the Gopher Classic. There, you're just kind of getting a different competition than what you're used to in South Dakota. You're seeing it's a pretty big tournament over there in Minneapolis, and you're playing against teams from all over the place, and just getting kind of that exposure of seeing who you really are outside in terms of high school or Legion baseball.
This is flown out to left field. The catch is made. The throw back to first is on the money from the left fielder, and sudden Sonnenschein throws a strike to Bridger Babcock, and the runner in Schlapkohl got well too off of first base, and it turns into a double play, and it ends the top of the first inning. But 2 runs will score, as it will be 2 runs on 1 hit, no errors, and no one left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. It is a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg as the 8s will come to the plate. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Your morning shouldn't start in chaos. At Pierre Closets, we create custom closets, laundry rooms, mudrooms, and more designed to change how your day starts, lowering stress, lifting your mood, and helping you get out the door on time. Manufactured locally in Pierre, our solutions are built around how you live. Reclaim your time by reclaiming your space. Call Pierre Closets at 605-223-5855 for a free in-home design consultation. Pierre Closets, organized for life.
When you're in the need for high-quality replacement auto parts, look no further than Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop in Pierre. Zander's has been servicing the Pierre area for over 40 years. Their professional parts techs can get you the parts you need and get you back on the road. Stop by Zander Auto Parts and Machine Shop at 500 West Sioux in Pierre or call 224-9221. Zander's, your source for domestic and foreign auto parts and accessories.
As we welcome you back, it is the bottom of the first. No score between, make that a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. American Family Insurance, Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Looking through the starting lineup here for the Pierre Post State, Hudson Stosher lead things off. Riker Edson will bat second, the third baseman. Sun and Shine followed by Alec Eilers, Bridger Babcock, and Will Eilers. Then Hudson Schaefer, Aiden Johnson, and Brecken Furman, the 9-man on the order for the Governors, and they go against, make that the 8s, as they go against Madden Wendling for this second game of our doubleheader. Spencer Sager still joining us. And before we got to the end of as we got to that end of the inning, talking about the Gopher Classic, and I'll let you finish your thought of being able to play at the Gopher Classic and seeing all the different competition. And yeah, there's some South Dakota teams that were always there, but you got a chance to play against other teams that weren't from South Dakota. And I'll let you finish your thought then.
Yeah, so you're playing against good competition. I remember there's guys on, I think a couple of the Nebraska teams who had been committed to big Division I schools, and in South Dakota you don't really see that. You don't see too many guys committed to these Big 10, Big 12, those kind of teams. So it was kind of cool to see those guys. I think Creighton Prep had a guy that committed to Nebraska at that time, and then I know Johnston, Iowa had a few guys committed to the University of Iowa. And those are two really good baseball programs.
First pitch swinging for Hudson Stosher. He'll swing and ground it up the middle, fielded by the shortstop in Witwicky, but he throws it well over the top of the head of Rylan Cody at first. He slipped trying to go from first to second, so he gets back to the bag, and it is a leadoff error that will put Riker Edson to the plate with a runner on at first and nobody out, as it is the first error of the doubleheader for Harrisburg. As, again, Edson will come to the plate. Spencer Sanger joining us here in the press box for the start of the second game. We'll talk to him for a couple innings or until he gets tired of talking to us, one of the two. But you are inducted into the High School Baseball Hall of Fame, and when you got the call, and obviously being in Australia made it probably a little bit more difficult to get the call that you're going to be inducted to the High School Baseball Hall of Fame, as it counts 1-1. What was your initial reaction? How did you learn? Was it your dad that told you? But when you learned about it, how did you learn about it, and what was the first emotion coming from you?
Yeah, I think I was getting random phone calls, and at the time I had my Australian number, so I wasn't really getting a whole. I didn't have the numbers.
Here's a ground ball to the second baseman who will throw to first, and cutting Spencer Sanger off. Talking about the high school baseball, knowing he's going to be inducted. Play at first as Riker Edson's thrown out, so the runner will move to second and one out. I'll let you continue.
Yeah, so I just was getting phone calls from random numbers, and I usually don't accept those if I don't have their numbers, just because I still get spam calls even over there. But yeah, then my dad ended up letting me know that I was being inducted, and I was like, wow, okay, that's kind of crazy. Yeah, and then just the time difference. Jason and Dara was trying to get in contact with me and try to set up an interview, but that even took some time. It was kind of a challenge, but we ended up getting there in the end.
Yeah, only the third Governor to be inducted into the High School Baseball Hall of Fame. Spence joining a couple of guys you played with, teammates in Landon Badger and Peyton Zabel. What only does that mean to you, not to, as an individual award, but also knowing that you played with the other two Hall of Famers that were a part of this program?
Yeah, it just shows the success that our program was capable, or what kind of success we had at that program. It wasn't just a one-man show. It kind of took everyone, and there's a bunch of the guys on our team that haven't been recognized the way they should, just how successful we were. It wasn't just us three guys that won us games. We had guys 1 through 9, and even more so on the bench that probably would have been able to play on any other team, but we were just, I don't know, it just felt like it was a very good team. We were close-knit. We hung out throughout the whole season, even in the off-season. I know we all play different sports, but when baseball came around, we were a pretty close-knit family.
Counts 2-2 here to Sun and Shine with Hudson Stosher on at second. 2-2 pitch. There's a fly ball towards center field. Coming in are both the center and left fielder, and Raisler will make the catch for the second out. And there's now 2 down to bring up Alec Eilers, the DH, and the cleanup man in the batting order here in the bottom of the first with the runner on at second. He also won and very successful as a Governor wrestler, and I think some of that too is the point of all of it is that you were very successful in a lot of other sports, being wrestling, that it's and now you're playing professional baseball in Australia. You played for the Canaries. You again made the Division II College World Series at Rollins College. But playing a second sport, as this one is going to be flown out to center field, and Racer will move to his left to make the catch to end the inning. We'll keep it here on KCCR. No runs, no hits, an error, and one man left on base. Being able to play two different sports and being able to, or just multiple sports, how much that really helped you become all around a better baseball player and being able to then be able to play professional baseball.
Yeah, so I wrestled and also played football too, and then there was two. I mean, they were both physical sports, and maybe baseball isn't as physical, but I think about wrestling and all the flexibility you need to have, and at the catching position, I wasn't really afraid to let a ball hit me every once in a while behind the plate, and I think that helped, and that translated pretty well. Same with football, you're getting hit all the time, so a little baseball hitting you won't hurt you too bad. It may leave a little bit of a bruise, but yeah, it's not gonna. I think those sports kind of toughened me up for that, and yeah, just even with the guys that kind of come over with them, and even the ones that play different sports, they usually have a few guys that they're pretty close with in those sports, and they kind of bring them in, and yeah, you just kind of stay friends throughout the whole season.
Going back to your time in Australia, Spence, I was just thinking about it because you're down there playing in September through March, you said, correct? And then you come back here. When was the last time you saw snow? Because if you're traveling back and forth during the summer seasons, have you seen snow here within the last few years?
Yeah, I was thinking that too as well, because the last 2 years, even before I went over to Australia, I was down in Florida. So
right, yeah,
that's right.
I was escaping the snow even before I went down to Australia. But I mean, I'm not too mad about that. I mean,
not surprised.
It was a bit different though. When I was down in Florida during Christmas, there was sunny skies, probably 100 degrees, people on the beach. So that was.
Did it feel like Christmas then?
Not at all. No.
You probably were freezing on Friday because you were at the high school baseball game and at the state tournament. You're probably like, this is the worst weather that I've seen in a couple of years because it was raining. It was 50 degrees. It probably did feel terrible too.
Yeah.
I mean, it felt terrible to everybody, but probably felt even worse for you.
Yeah, it's just something I wasn't quite used to at the point. But I mean, yeah, I'm escaping the winters, which is probably not the worst thing to do in the world. But
I was gonna say, I think if I'm with you. I'm good with skipping winters if I can.
I'm jealous, honestly.
Yeah. Counts 3-0 here to Riley and Cody, the leadoff man here in the top of the second. Grady Woolbrink and then Nick Riley, the first three hitters, 6, 7, and 8 for Harrisburg. 2-0 lead in the top of the second. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean, Spencer Saringer joining us here in the press box here at Heights Stadium in our opening season doubleheader. It's a 4-pitch walk here issued to Cody. And it brings up now Grady Woolbrink to the plate. And again, you know, Steve Gray was up here talking a couple weeks ago whenever Pierre was playing Stevens and, you know, talking about some, you know, because they recognize all the high school baseball coaches. And we were talking about some of the memories. And, you know, obviously your name had to come up and talking about you. And the funniest thing that he said about you is that you love. I mean, you're built to be a catcher in baseball.
Yeah.
And they put you in the outfield at one point, and you're between pitches, between batters. You weren't. You know, you're still paying attention to the game, but your glove was moving up like you were framing pitches out in left field when they had you out in the outfield. Because you were. I mean, you were built to be a catcher. Did you feel like it was a punishment when you went out and played anywhere other than catcher?
No, I actually enjoyed going to the outfield. I played a little bit with the Canaries in outfield every once in a while when I needed my legs rested.
Here's a fly ball to center field. Aiden Johnson will circle that one to make the catch. The runner this time will retreat back to first. There's one down and brings up Nick Riley.
Yeah, and I know my legs probably enjoyed it as well, given those a little bit of a break. But again, I guess running out in the outfield, I mean, my legs didn't get too much of a break, but the knees definitely appreciated it every once in a while.
Let's say, how are your knees?
They're good. They're still holding up.
Still good?
Yeah,
Okay.
surprisingly. But
how old are you again now?
27.
27. Okay.
Yeah.
You still got some time.
Yeah.
First pitch swinging, fouled back for strike one to Nick Riley. And you know so you've played 2 years in Australia now.
Yeah.
And because how many years? And you played a year and a half with the Canaries, right?
Yep.
Because you after Rollins, you got done with Rollins College, you signed with the Canaries.
Yeah.
What's the biggest difference as the runner takes off? A strike, the throw to second, and the tag. They got him out at second. Good play there by Hudson Stocher to pick it out at second and put the tag down for the second out, as the count is 0-2 now with 2 outs and nobody on base. And it is still here an opportunity to make this a quick inning for Ryland Cody. With getting Ryland Cody stealing second. Nick Riley down the count 0-2. What's the biggest difference from going from college to professional baseball? As there's a swing and a miss. I'll get you a second here. As Will Eilers will throw that to first, and that will end the inning. And again, we'll keep it here on at KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports with no runs, no hits, no errors, and no one left on base. We go to the bottom of the second. It is still a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg. All right, third time I'm going to ask you the question so you get a chance to finally answer it.
Yeah.
The biggest difference between college and professional baseball, what you maybe noticed right away, but maybe once you got into Australia too.
Yeah, so right away, I think the biggest thing was the amount of mistakes, and the amount of, if you do end up making mistakes, the other team will capitalize on it right away. Because I played with a bunch of guys who had minor league experience with the Canaries, and then, just noticing the pitchers, they were able to locate their pitches, and it wasn't just one pitch that they could locate; it was multiple. It was fastball, curveball, changeup. If they wanted to throw it in, they could throw it in. If they wanted to throw it out. So it took a little bit of getting used to right away, just because in college, you maybe had guys that were throwing 1, maybe 2 pitches with location, so you really only had to worry about 2 pitches. But in independent ball, you kind of have to be, you can't really be thinking about a pitch. You just kind of have to react and see it as it comes. Maybe have an idea in mind of what maybe he's going to throw, but if you start sitting on a pitch, you're going to be blown away. And then going down to Australia, I would say the baseball over there isn't quite where it is as it is here in America. So it was a little bit of a step down, which is probably why I had a little bit of success over there. But, don't get me wrong, you're still playing against professionals over there. So you're going to get good level baseball. It's just maybe not as much as it is here.
Well, and to that point, Spence, going back to the conversation about kind of how your body's holding up over the course of a full season, how much respect do you have now, having played catcher for, basically your entire life, when you watch a guy like Cal Raleigh last year for the Mariners, who plays every single day, has never been on the injured list up until this year because I drafted him for my fantasy team. I think that's the reason why. But when you watch guys like that, how much respect does that give you for other guys knowing how taxing the catching position is on your body?
Yeah, I think that's huge. I think about even when I played for the Canaries, I was starting to get a little bit of respect for that. But then again, our season was only 3 months or 4 months compared to however long the MLB season is. So yeah, it's crazy the amount of work that they put in, and it all comes down to rehab as well. They have to put their bodies into even after games. I'm sure they're doing stretches or just some sort of rehab after the game, and then they wake up the next morning and do it even before the game, and just having to do that as like they're getting paid the big bucks for a reason. So and it really just shows the mental toughness. I think is probably a big one that a lot of people don't even think about, just because baseball is such an up and down game. For them to play a whole season, that can take a toll on you physically, but also mentally as well, which can be, if you don't have that in check, it could be a big problem.
Bridger Babcock is leading things off here in the bottom of the second. It's a full count pitch to him from Madden Wanling, as he'll swing and line this one up the middle for a base hit. The leadoff man is on to kick off the bottom of the second. First hit of the ball game for the Eights. 1 hit apiece for both these teams. And the leadoff man is on for the second straight inning here for Post State. Will Eilers, Hudson Schaefer, and then Aiden Johnson, the center fielder, will come to the plates. And again, Spencer Seringer joining us here in the press box, and the newest inductee into the High School Baseball Hall of Fame. And as Blake had mentioned too, Landon Badger, Peyton Zabel, the first 2 members, and now Seringer, who joins them. And as this one is bunted, and it will be a fair ball. It will roll foul, though, and it will be an 0-1 count here to Will Eilers, who nearly placed that one perfect. I think Blake, and I'll let you chime in here too, Spencer, and you kind of mentioned it already, but the fact that there was 3 guys that are in the High School Baseball Hall of Fame on the same team at one point for Pierre, how incredible that is for this program of Pierre to see something like that, and how crazy that is. And now think about it, just 10 years ago that there was that much talent on one team, because we've had a lot of talented teams play here in Pierre to be that talented. As here's another bunt attempt. The throw to first from the pitcher Wanling will be in time. A sacrifice bunt to move Babcock to second. 1-3 on the putout, and it brings up Hudson Schaefer.
Well, and I think to that point, that was a reason why that 2017 Legion team won the first state championship for Pierre for the first time since, I think it was 1968, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the reason is, to your point, John, those three guys kind of were the head of the snake to some degree, but to Spencer's point earlier, a lot of depth on that team. You look at a guy like Connor Gerber, who played shortstop for him, hit leadoff, fantastic player in his own right, had his chances to play college ball coming out his senior year. Michael Lusk at third, fantastic third baseman. And you could just go up and down that lineup. And then that Legion season, Landon Badger was actually playing for SDSU and decided to come back and play center field for the Legion team that season, which was really kind of the shot in the arm that you guys not necessarily needed because you guys were talented enough, but I think the thing that definitely put you guys over the top.
Yeah. I think from a kind of similar to the MLB season, it's the Legion season for us. At the time, it felt pretty long for us just because it was the whole summer. So we're going to have guys banged up. We're going to have guys not playing their best or maybe have a bad game. But, it goes back down to the depth of the team that we had. If we had a lot of our better guys, or not even the better guys, but we just had the guys that you would normally count on, maybe had a bad game, you'd have guys that would step up and kind of take over in a game. And, you just never really worried. I remember multiple times we were down by quite a few runs, but we were a team that didn't really let it, being down early, get to us. We always kind of knew that at one point in the game, we're going to get the bats to wake up again, or maybe the pitching, if the pitching wasn't there, pitching's going to get it figured out. And we just kind of had an even keel on our mental side of things, and just, found a way to win games, which was always good.
Hudson Schaefer strikes out and brings up Aiden Johnson with 2 outs and a runner on at second here in the bottom of the second, as Post State trailing 2-0 to Harrisburg. You also got a chance to play with the Pierre Trappers as your college days were moving through, and a chance to play at Heights Stadium after graduating high school. Here's a fly ball to left field that will be caught by the left fielder Esser as he'll come in to make the catch. And again, we'll keep it here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. We are going to the top of the third, with it being a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. But I think, Ridge Linebach threw for the Hawaii Zap just a couple days ago here, and a chance to throw at Heights Stadium again after playing so many games, and you played so many games here at Heights Stadium. When you got a chance to play here for the Pierre Trappers, how much fun was it to be standing back at Heights Stadium? You get done with your high school career and you feel like probably not going to ever play here again, and then you end up playing competitively another time. What was that feeling like?
It almost felt like it was super comfortable. I mean, I knew the stadium, knew the fans, because usually we'd have the same amount of fans. I mean, just probably a little bit more fans come to the Trappers game, especially since it was the first season. It was kind of a big deal right away. But coming into it, just felt pretty comfortable. I knew where I was going. I had my own bed to sleep in at night, which was good. I didn't have to worry about sleeping in someone else's bed, which is what you kind of get when you get those guys from all over the place. You live with a host family, and it may take a little bit to get comfortable with everything, but I kind of came in. And Badger as well, he played for the Trappers as well, so it was good to having a teammate like that to come play on the team with me, which was good.
Did you play with Zabel on the Trappers too, or did he play after you?
He played the next year because he was still in high school when I played my first year, and he wasn't able to play. But that next year, I think we played. I think it might have only been a couple games.
I think you came and played just a few games in 2020, didn't you?
Yeah.
And he had pitched a couple different times during the 2020 season, because that year with all the COVID and everything else, there's some really talented players that were playing here in Pierre in college baseball. It's the start of the third inning, as it is the 9-1-2, Wyatt Wicki, Jackson Raisler, and Bryson Esser, the first three hitters. And then after the first year and second year, you end up going to play for the Bismarck Larks and played a couple of years there with the Northwoods League. What was the difference between playing in the Expedition League at that time to then moving to the Northwoods League? Because that kind of probably felt like Major League Baseball at the time with all those teams and how talented everybody was in the Northwoods.
Yeah, with the league that we played here in the Expedition League, I mean, you're getting guys that are mainly Division II, junior college, so a lot of NAI as well, mainly just local schools around here, which you don't see a whole lot of Division I. But with the Northwoods League, you were seeing talent from all over the country. We were playing against guys that were from the University of Florida. Big SEC schools, Big Ten. All over Division I schools. You get a lot of California Division I schools we were playing against. So it was kind of cool. Kind of seeing, similar to what it was for Legion, you're kind of seeing what your team is kind of made of, or who you are as a person is kind of made of, because you're only playing against, I was only used to playing against Division II guys, but actually going against Division I players, Division I JUCO players, which are usually pretty good as well. So it was cool to kind of see how well you compared to all of them.
This is popped up behind home plate off to the right side, and Will Eilers, who had to wait on it for seemingly ever, will make the catch for the first out. And Spencer Saringer would have loved to be down there right at that point and being able to make that catch. That's going to be, I mean, do you enjoy those foul balls that pop straight up? Do you hate them? What's the feeling?
Those are usually the easy, or somewhat the easy ones. You got the ones that start making their way as they go up, and then they start coming back down. They start to move a little bit. Bit of an adjustment you got to make, but those are probably the easier ones. It's the ones along the fence that are probably a little bit tougher, but when you make those ones, those are a lot more enjoyable to make.
So tell me about the art of the mask throw, Spence.
Yeah, there we go. That's a good question.
That, watching Eilers there, he did have to backpedal maybe a couple of steps and was close to maybe stepping over the mask, as this ball is grounded to second. 4-3 put out for the Eights to get the second out of the inning here in the top of the third. But tell us a little bit about the art of the mask throw, where to throw it. I'm sure that's something that's taught to catchers as they come up through the ranks. Just give the listeners a little bit of information about what's going through the catcher's mind on a play like that.
Yeah, so, I mean, just to start out, I guess, there's two types of catcher's masks. Looks like Eilers got the traditional hockey, or not the hockey one, the two-piece catcher's mask. So it's got a little mask, and then he's wearing a helmet on top. And then I wore the hockey-style masks. So, but regardless of what kind of mask it is, I think the key is to just toss it as far away as you can. They're pretty durable. I mean, sometimes you get foul balls hit off you. So if you're throwing it and it's rattling around a lot, you're not going to worry. You don't have to worry about it breaking. But yeah, just get it out of the way. You don't want to lay it down right beside you, and then that ball, then it starts coming down, and then you have to take a couple back pedals. I mean, you just want to get rid of it. You do everything you can not to fall back onto it.
Ground ball to the third baseman, as it is Edson that will make the play. His throw to first is a close one, but Bridger Babcock is able to stretch to make the play and retire the side in a 1-2-3 top of the third inning. As again, we'll keep it here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports as we go through to the bottom of the third with 9-1-2, Brecken Furman, Hudson Stosher, and Riker Edson. Spencer Saringer still joining us here as we are closing at 8 o'clock at KCCR Pierre, Riverfront Broadcasting Station. So is it getting rid of the mask right away, or is it locating where the ball is and then, because sometimes you see guys hold on to it for almost the entirety and then they throw it at the last second.
Yeah, I think for me, I always wanted to get rid of it right away, just so that would be one less thing I had to worry about. I just take it off, throw it away, and then hopefully run out to where it is. I mean, maybe some people might use that as a shield if there is sun to block it, but then you got your other hand. You can do that if you need to do that. So, I think the key is just get rid of it early, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Again, here Spencer Saringer joining us. Non-baseball question for you. When you go to obviously when you're living in Australia, what's some of the fun things to do that you get to experience? I guess before then, have you wrestled a kangaroo?
I haven't yet.
Yet.
I mean, I've seen plenty of kangaroos.
I like the caveat there, Spence.
Yeah. I mean, with the wrestling background, I feel like if it were to happen, I mean, I'd be pretty well equipped to take it on if I needed to. But no, they could actually be pretty dangerous.
I was going to say, I thought I've heard that they can be pretty aggressive and they're big too.
Yeah,
some
they're
of them.
big, and then they got claws on them too, so they'll scratch. It's not like the movies where they're throwing punches. They don't have boxing gloves with them, but yeah, they've got claws that you have to worry about. So no, you don't really want to get in a fight with them, but they're pretty harmless. They're kind of like deer here. They just roam around. They're more so out once the sun goes, just as the sun's coming up and just as the sun's coming down, because it's too hot during the day for them to roam around. So
Here's Brecken Furman. First pitch is over for strike one. So the insurance claims end up being kangaroos over in Australia than all the deer that you get here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shout out Kayla Winkler.
Here's the 0-1 pitch as Furman will fly this out to center field, and the catch will be made by the center fielder Raisler for the first out here in the bottom of the third. It'll bring up Hudson Stosher. So now the other question is something that is very enjoyable in Australia that you won't be able to get here in America. What's the one thing, like if somebody says we got to do one thing Australia related that you can't do in America, what's the one thing that you're taking somebody to do?
I guess when you ask me that question, I just kind of think South Dakota specific, because when you think of Australia, 90% of the population lives on the coast, and there I'm living a 20-minute drive from the coast.
Okay.
Whereas here I'm a 3.5-hour flight to the coast, so I definitely took full advantage of that when I was over in Perth. It's known for its beaches, and it's obviously the weather and the climate, but yeah, definitely the beaches, and there's quite a bit of surfers over there. And I mean, I didn't do surfing when I was there, but I went up to Bali, Indonesia, and did a little bit of surfing lessons up there. So looking to kind of get into that a little bit more this last year, but I told myself the last 2 years that I was going to get into it, and I haven't done it quite yet, but maybe this third time's a charm.
That one's outside the counts 1 and 2 here to Hudson Stosher.
Well, I was going to say, Spence, because we were talking about that earlier before you came up, that Perth is like the one major city in Australia. As Stosher kind of half swings at that one and is going to beat out the throw as there was nobody covering first base. Second baseman tried to get it to the pitcher, who was late getting there, and Stosher gets an infield single out of it. Put a runner on base for the Eights here in the bottom of the third with one out. But Perth is like the one major city in Australia that's on a coast, but it's not the Gold Coast on the east side of the continent. So how has that been adjusting to that in terms of, like, I guess it's pretty similar to Pierre in a sense, because it's relatively isolated from everywhere else.
Well, I like that you said isolated, because Perth is known to be the most isolated big city in all of the world. I think the next closest city is of that size, especially, is they go in kilometers. I think it's 2,000 something kilometers away.
We got a man over at third. The tag, now he'll be out at third. I think they had said that he was out at second, or the umpire had maybe made the motion that he was out at second as Stosher was trying to steal second. Then he got up and started to run over towards third, did Stosher, and then he gets thrown out trying to take third. And so there's now 2 down and nobody on base. That was an odd play, because I think he was initially safe, then he wasn't on the base, and the tag trying to be applied wasn't there, and then Stosher took off for third. It was end up throwing out, so it goes 2-6-5 on, I guess, a stolen base for Stosher as well, because he technically was safe at second. So there's a 2-1 count here with 2 outs and nobody on base here in the bottom of the third, and Riker Edson. Here's the 2-1 pitch and a ground ball to the shortstop that will be fielded by Witwicky. The throw to first will retire the side here in the bottom of the third inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and no one left on base. Again, we're going to keep it here. We're going to keep talking with Spencer Sarriger for at least a little bit longer here as we move into the top of the fourth inning. I'll let you go back to talk about Perth being isolated and finishing that thought.
Yeah, so it's the most isolated city in all of the world. The next closest city is, I think, Adelaide or Darwin, which is 2,000 something miles away or kilometers away, which is kind of good, though, because it's as big of a city as it is. It doesn't really feel like it. It just feels like a small community. Everyone kind of knows everyone down there, especially in the baseball community down there. Everyone's pretty close. If you hate a team while you're playing them, you're pretty good friends after the game. It's always a good time going to the baseball field. But you look at all the East Coast cities, you're an hour flight from one another. But over in Perth, a lot of people go on vacation to Bali, Indonesia, just because it is a lot closer and a lot cheaper to go to Sydney or Melbourne or Brisbane. So that's kind of cool. And I had to take advantage of that. Went up to Thailand the first year I was there, explored Thailand a little bit, and then I went down to Bali this past year, and yeah, all good experiences.
So speaking of that, Spence, in terms of the isolation of Perth, did you acclimate relatively well to that, just coming from a town of Pierre size where, the closest game of travel that you had was Huron, couple hours away? How similar was that?
Well, I mean, with the league that I played for, everyone was playing in basically the suburbs of Perth, so you're only traveling 45 minutes to an hour away was your longest travel, so it really wasn't too bad. But yeah, as far as the isolation goes, I was pretty used to that. And when I was in the big city, there's always something to do there. There's always a beach to go to, especially in the summer. So, you don't have to, you never really feel too isolated. You got teammates that are willing to do anything outside of baseball, just go to the beach or just kind of hang out, which is always good. And then, each team has about 2 to 3 imports. So there's American baseball players over there that you can relate to well, and I got along with a lot of them from the other teams, which is kind of fun.
Noah Rutten leads things off here in the top of the fourth for Harrisburg. He'll line that pitch over the head of the third baseman, Riker Edson, into left field for a base hit. A hard turnaround first, and he will put the brakes on and end up at first base with a leadoff single. It is 3, 4, and 5. He had the RBI sac fly in that top of the first inning, as it is again, 2-0 lead for Harrisburg here in the top of the fourth, as Griffin Schlopkohl will come to the plate with a runner on and nobody out here in this top of the fourth inning, with Parker O'Brien on the mound for Post 8. As, again, Spencer Saringer joining us here at Hyde Stadium, talking about, we're not going to talk details on money, but like contract-wise, but we're going to talk about contracts of Australia, and you don't want to talk about any of that side of things. But is it kind of similar to, is it a 1-year deal, 2-year deals? You get to sign long-term, all the things. What's kind of the contract situation in Australia?
So similar to the Canaries. Canaries were just a year-long contract. Same thing here. If you perform well, they'd want you back for another year. And I played well enough and acclimated pretty well with the club that I played for. It was very family-oriented.
Here's a fly ball to center field. Backing up is Johnson. He will get underneath it to make the catch for the first out, and it will bring up now Dalton Wendling to the plate.
Yeah, it was very family-oriented, so it was easy for me to get comfortable right away. And then once I was comfortable, it was easy for me to play the game that I love, which is baseball at the end of the day. So it's usually just a year-long contract, but if you perform well, they'll want you back for another year. And I think they're to the point now where I think they'll want me back as long as I can. They're looking at long-term. They're trying to find me a girl, an Aussie wife to keep me there as long as I can.
Here's a fly ball to shallow left field. Coming in is the left fielder to make the catch as Sutton Sonnenschein puts him away for the second out, and there's now 2 down. And that was going to be the next question is, how long do you want to keep playing baseball, whether it be in Australia or if you get a chance to come back here or want to come back here to the States and play again? Is it as long as you possibly can? Is there kind of a deadline where you're like, all right, I'm ready to give it up after maybe this year, or not this year, but a certain age? What's kind of the feeling for Spencer?
I think my parents maybe have a different view on that question, but for me, I just want to play as long as I can. I know baseball won't always be there, it won't always be there, especially at the level that I'm playing at. So I just definitely want to take advantage of it while I can and while I'm healthy. But I know the injuries will start to come. Hopefully, knock on wood. Hopefully that doesn't happen. Yep. But yeah, I just want to play as long as I can, and it could be anywhere. I've got teammates that have played up in Europe as well, and then that may be a possibility, but I just kind of want to see how far baseball can take me. I think about when I was in high school, I always wanted to travel and see other parts of the world, but I never was able to because of sports. But now being sports, the reason that I get to travel and see other parts of the world, it's pretty cool coming around full circle.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. That will be a curveball taken for strike 3 to Rylan Cody, and that will retire the side here in the top of the 4th. No runs, a hit, no errors, and a one-man left on base. It's still a 2-0 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. And again, keeping it here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Some point we'll let you go, Spencer. But we are. Blake can also, I think, would agree with me that it's kind of an enjoyable conversation to have up here. And it's so much fun to hear about some of these things from you, and being able to play in Australia and, like you said, play around, get to see the world. And there's a lot of people that I think, if I could, and I couldn't because I wasn't good enough, would have loved to be playing, professional baseball wherever it might be in the world, and being able to see, that's got to be a lot of fun to play the game that you've loved from the time that you started playing T-ball at 3-4 years old to now being 27 and being able to still be playing that game, but taking you all those places. What's because
looking back, I didn't even think this was even a possibility to even go over to Australia and then again even to Europe too, which is now what I'm considering. But I didn't even realize it was a possibility until I think my second year of playing with the Canaries. So a year before I actually went is when I actually realized that hey, this is a possibility. I had teammates that I'd played with the Canaries who had gone over to play in Sydney or Melbourne or Perth or wherever it was, and they said, go over there just for a year and see how it is. We think you're going to love it, but just go over there, test it out for yourself. And they were right. I loved it. The initial plan was just to go over there for a year, and now I'm going to go up on year 3. And who knows, it might end up being longer than that. But, yeah, we'll just see. I don't want to make any promises with where I'll be in 4 or 5 years, just because so many things can happen, so many things can change. But, yeah, just going 1 year at a time and, just kind of enjoying the ride as long as I can.
What's the most adventurous spot you've been at in Australia so far? Was it Thailand or was it?
No, well, in Australia, I think the most rogue place I was in the Northern Territory, just middle of nowhere, 8 hours away, or 8-hour bus trip away from where the next close or the big city.
Sunshine will be hit by a pitch to lead things off here in the bottom of the 4th. This will be the 3rd time in 4 innings that the Eights will get the leadoff man on base, and they're still trying to cash in to get that first run here in this ball game, down 2-0 in the bottom of the 4th, and it brings up Alec Eilers, followed by Bridger Babcock.
So in order to extend your visa, you have to go do regional work, which is work in the middle of nowhere, Australia, and I just had to do that for three months. But it definitely felt like an eternity. Groceries were shipped in once a week from Darwin. The next closest town was, I wasn't even a town that I was living in. It was basically just the caravan park that I was working at. And then it had a mechanic in the little settlement. But just a mechanic, a school, a hospital-ish kind of place, and then the caravan park where I worked at. It was a bit of an experience, but I was working with people from Ireland, Germany, all over the world, and it was cool just kind of hearing from them in different parts of the world.
Alec Eilers had a sacrifice bunt to move Sunshine over to second. Bridger Babcock, who's 1 for 1. He's got the one of the 2 hits for the Eights right now as he comes to the plate with a 1-0 count, as that pitch will be fouled away, and the count's now 1-1.
I remember following your social media around that time, Spence. It looked like quite the experience that you had up in the Northwest Territories. Because what was your job duties up there?
I was a yardie, which is basically I don't even know if we have it here, but it's just like a maintenance worker is what I was. But they like to shorten their words up. I was a yardie, and I worked in the bar/restaurant serving drinks and food and. Just a mix. It was kind of good. It just wasn't, every day wasn't the same just because you're getting travelers from all over Australia and all over the world going through there. So you're hearing stories from all the travelers. And it was just a lot of fun hearing from people because it was interesting hearing their take on America as well. With all the stuff going on, everything here. And it's kind of cool hearing their take on things because over here you kind of just get one side of things, but it was interesting hearing from other people from all over the world.
Here's a 2-2 pitch from Madden Windling to Bridger Babcock, and he'll float this one to the third baseman, who will back up to make the catch, as there's now 2 down. Look like, again, without wind right now, that might have, and the wind's kind of died down, but I think that could have gotten over the head of the third baseman to drop in for a base hit. But it brings up now Will Eilers, the catcher who had a sacrifice bunt in his first trip. Alec Eilers had the sacrifice bunt in this inning. As there's 2 outs with a runner on at second here in the bottom of the fourth, and a 2-0 game for Harrisburg over Pierre. As that first pitch is upstairs for ball 1, the throw back to second, and no play over at second. All right, Spencer, we'll wrap it up here. We'll let you go back and hang out for the rest of the ball game here after we're done with this half inning. So I guess maybe kind of wrapping it all up, baseball-wise, Australia-wise, high school baseball induction. What's been the most fun thing that that you've been able to experience from your trip back here to the United States, and then being getting ready for now of next year too?
Yeah, I think it's just reconnecting with everyone that I hadn't connected with, and ever since I was in Australia, just because it is so hard to keep in contact with everyone. But yeah, just seeing everyone, seeing the family, because I don't really know when the next time will be when I come back. But yeah, just kind of enjoying the moment where I'm at, and just appreciating how far the game of baseball has gotten me has been something cool to reflect on. Yeah, I just never would have imagined me going to Australia and going all over the world to play baseball, and it's just kind of a rewarding feeling. And just still having the success that I was able to, even at a young age, just having fun with it, having success has made it a lot easier.
Here's a 3-0 pitch to Eilers. Will Eilers taken for ball 4. And it's now first and second here with 2 outs.
And as this inning's continuing on here, Spence, to kind of put a bow on that thought too, as much ball as you've played, I know we talked about your favorite memory from playing high school and Legion here. What's your favorite baseball memory just in the amount of baseball that you played over the course of your career?
It's hard to pinpoint one thing baseball specifically, but I think it's just the connections you make. You ask a lot of people, and I would ask a lot of people when I was younger, and I never really understood why they answered it this way, but I'm going to answer it the same way just because it is. But you kind of just remember the things outside of baseball, like the bus trips, the hotel rooms, just everything basically outside of the game, because you're never really going to remember the wins and losses. It's just those connections. And now that I've been away from a lot of teams, the ones at Northern, Canaries, Rollins College, you just look back and reflect on those experiences you had, even in the clubhouse as well. Because baseball can be a pretty stressful time, but just having the group of guys going through the same thing and knowing that they would always have your back no matter what, no matter how much success you're having with baseball. Because at the end of the day, it's just a game. You're just having fun, but just having the guys in your corner no matter what was always the best feeling about baseball.
Here's the 1-1 pitch to Hudson Schaefer with runners at first and second and 2 outs from Madden Wendling. And one's ripped down the line, but that is foul, and the count's now 1-2. And that is, this has been a lot of fun. And hopefully, next year when you make your way back some time in the off season, come back up here again and let's talk some more baseball.
Definitely.
It's a lot of fun. It's really good to see you, and I'm sure I know you enjoy being back here in the United States, so I'm sure you're ready to get back to Australia and get the next season rolling. As this is going to be flown out to center field, as it will be caught by Raisler to end the inning here in the bottom of the fourth. But Spence, I appreciate you coming up here. Spencer Seringer of Pierre Post 8, Pierre Governor Baseball, the newest high school baseball Hall of Famer from Pierre, and a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's been awesome. I just hope someone listens to this and it maybe gives them a glimmer of hope of maybe, hey, this is something I could maybe do at some point in my life.
Absolutely. Well, Spence, appreciate you coming up.
Yeah.
And
thanks, buddy.
Thanks for having me.
Enjoy the time back in the United States, and we'll be following along as your career continues in Australia.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. That is Spencer Seringer as the Pierre Governors are down 2-0 as we head to the top of the fifth. We'll return here in 30 seconds as you listen to Pierre Governor Baseball, Pierre Post-State Baseball on KCCR on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When the South Dakota sun is beating down, your home should be your sanctuary. But a broken air conditioner can turn your living room into a hot oven fast. Whether you need quick repair or a full system replacement, AirTech Heating and Cooling is on the job. Our licensed technicians are available 24/7 for those unexpected emergencies. We pride ourselves on 100% customer satisfaction and quality service you can trust. Call 605-945-0160. AirTech Heating and Cooling, locally owned and keeping the Pierre area comfortable for over 20 years.
As we welcome you back, it is going into the top of the fifth inning, and it is Post State down 2-0 here in the top of the fifth, as Parker O'Brien will deal with Grady Wolbrink, Nick Riley, and Wyatt Wicki. 7-8-9 here in this top of the fifth, as Blake Dean will join us back here. We might be talking some Australian slang words at some point, because I think Spencer Sparinger's mom has sent us a couple of slang words to maybe use before we get done with the broadcast here. But it is 7-8-9 for Harrisburg. And again, want to appreciate Spencer Sanger coming up here and talking with us during this broadcast and being able to talk some Australia baseball, high school baseball, college baseball, all the stuff. It's a lot of fun to have him up here in the press box, and hopefully, don't think it's going to happen anymore the rest of this season, but maybe next year, coming back from Australia from another year, we can have him a part of the broadcast again, as it is Grady Wolbrink to lead us off here in the top of the fifth. And by the way, Blake, this is a really good baseball game right now too, and we've been able to enjoy the baseball game. But also the fact that we got a really good baseball game, because we've had a good conversation with Spencer Saringer. But Parker O'Brien's throwing lights out right now. Just 2 runs on in the 4 innings of work, and just the 2 hits as well from O'Brien.
Yeah, Park's really thrown well after that first inning. He's settled into the ball game really well to this point. He's had a few runners on for Harrisburg, but he's been able to strand them pretty well. As I think we jinxed him there as he plunks the first batter here this top of the fifth and allows the leadoff man to reach base. But so far through, with the exception of that first inning, over the next 3 combined, he has really thrown well, especially for a guy who did not throw any innings during the high school season.
And you get into the Legion season and how quickly games move along, you end up having to throw guys, and not that Parker O'Brien is not, he's not nervous to go on the mound. He's just not one of those guys that was used in the regular season during the high school year. But you do find more guys that are going to throw here during the Legion season, because one, of necessity by pitch count wise, but 2, just guys getting opportunities. This one's just going to be up the middle past the outstretched arm of Brecken Furman, make that Hudson Stosher into center field. And it's first and second. And I think we need Spencer Sanger back up in the booth to allow Parker O'Brien to settle back into this top of the fifth inning. He leaves, and we got a hit by a pitch and a base hit. He was the good luck charm here in the press box.
He was calmer when Spence was in the seat that I am in now. So, yeah, definitely the good luck charm, as he always has been for the Governor team when he was playing, and the Post 8 team as well.
This is popped up on the right side, foul territory. It is going to be Will Eilers that calls for it. He falls to the ground, and it pops out of his glove. He called off Bridger Babcock at the last moment, and as he was falling to the grass, it popped out, and it ends up being just a high strike 1 here to Wyatt Wicki, the number 9 man in the batting order.
We'll see if Harrisburg takes advantage of this, as Post 45's got a couple of men on base here with nobody out in the top of the fifth.
Lights are coming on here at Hyde Stadium as the 0-1 pitch from O'Brien. This will be a bunt attempt right back to O'Brien, as Furman will get to the base. He was a little bit late getting to the base, but I think some of it was that bunt was bunted back so quickly to O'Brien. By the time he fielded, he had to wait for Furman to get to the back. So there's now 1 out. Both runners will move up and be second and third with only 1 out, and Harrisburg is trying to make this a crooked number inning with 2 runners in scoring position and less than 2 outs right now. And it brings up Jackson Raisler, who drew a walk in his first trip to the plate, and he also ground out to the second baseman. The infield will come in all the way around here for the 8s, as the first pitch to Raislers fouled straight back for strike 1. This is a big spot here for the 8s. A strikeout isn't a necessity for Parker O'Brien, but definitely will help if he can get a strikeout of Racer. 0-1 pitch is upstairs, and the count's now 1-1. Only one strikeout so far or make that 2 strikeouts so far for O'Brien. Here with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Harrisburg. No runs, 2 hits, no errors for the Eights. 1-1 pitch. That's to the top of the zone, and the count's now 1-2. And hopefully, we got a chance to talk with Spencer Saringer. We had Steve Gray up a couple weeks ago. Carter Sanderson, who was a Senior Legion post-state player after his 8th grade year before going into his freshman year of college. He's going to his freshman year of college now. Freshman year of high school. He ended up going, play for Sioux Falls Power. I don't know if Parker O'Brien if he's hurt. He's coming out of the game. I think he might be hurt. He's got his arm. Elliott Life came out to talk with O'Brien, and now he's leaving the ball game. And so I think he is going to leave with the arm injury. Hopefully that is just more than. Hopefully it's only going to be just here in this ball game, as they're going to bring in Hudson Schaefer to pitch from right field and then send Carter Templeton out to right. And so Schaefer comes to pitch, and Templeton will move into the ball game in the spot of Alec Eilers. And unfortunately for Parker O'Brien, that doesn't happen very often to see someone leave with a arm injury, but hopefully a little bit of ice and just more of a precautionary ends up being the case for O'Brien, and nothing long-term for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Just really, really tough to see anybody get hurt. But, Parker's a kid that really has grown a lot in his time on the baseball field. He played some third base for the high school team last year. This year he makes the move to the outfield. Does a really good job playing left field, and having not thrown at all this spring, he comes in and throws really well through 4 1/3 innings in his first outing of the Legion season. And to see him exit the game like that, definitely concerning for the Eights here, and we wish Parker nothing but the best and hope that, to your point, that it's just a precautionary thing and not something that's going to be a long-term injury for this post-state ball club.
Yeah, he leaves with a 1-2 count on the batter that's at the plate in Jackson Raisler. And again, it just, obviously kind of we're having a conversation up here and seeing Elliott Life go out there to talk with him, and then as soon as he quickly comes out, that's when you kind of know that it's not the normal conversation to have and not the normal to pull him out of the game. 62 pitches for O'Brien. So again, hopefully that he'll be able to maybe play on Friday. If not, he'll be back next week. You hope that it's nothing too serious that will keep him out long term. But like you said, best wishes go to Parker O'Brien that it's not going to be a long term issue for him here this summer. But that. It's not an easy thing for Hudson Schaefer now to come in. It's not an easy thing, especially for Parker O'Brien. And he'll gut out a lot of things. So for him to come out tells you that his arm's not feeling right. Something's
Correct.
Not right,
Yep.
whether it's hurting or just doesn't feel right. That for him to come out, he's a gamer that's not gonna. He's gonna to power through a lot of things. So again, Hudson Schaefer will be on the mound now, and it will be Schaefer that will look to try and get a strikeout here of Jackson Raisler before then facing Bryson Esser. And again, it's a 1-2 count here with only 1 out with runners at second and third. And for Schaefer during the spring season, he threw 7 innings. He had a complete game win against Huron, where he gave up 1 unearned run, 4 hits allowed those 7 innings. So the ERA was 0, the WHIP was 1, the batting average against was 143. I mean, it was like a 51-pitch complete game. They won in 5 innings against Huron. He only threw 51 pitches in that game against Huron. He was very efficient on the mound. You got to be very efficient here. 1-2 pitch. That will miss. It will get to the right of Eilers. He will field his throw to Schaefer, hits him in the arm, and thankfully does not get away from Schaefer. And the runner will score on the wild pitch to make it a 3-0 game. Now a runner on at third with a 2-2 count. And one out here in the top of the fourth, make that the top of the fifth inning.
Yeah, tough spot for Hudson Schaefer to come into this ball game. Tries to throw a curveball and get the batter fishing, but bounces the curveball in front of the plate. Eilers does a good job to get a body part on it, but it does scoot up the first base line, and Harrisburg plates a run to extend the lead to 3-0.
So now a 2-2 count. The infield will remain in all the way around. 2-2 pitch. That one will skip away from Eilers, but not far enough away to make it now a 3-2 count. Here with one out, this is the top of the order of Jackson Raisler and then Bryson Esser. Can't officially close the book for Parker O'Brien yet with that runner still over at third. He's in charge of that runner. Here's a 3-2 pitch. That'll miss inside, so 3 straight misses turned into a one-out walk. And it's a runner on at first and third here with one away in the top of the fifth inning, and it brings up Bryson Esser.
So now a ground ball gets you out of the inning if you're Hudson Schaefer, but infield is not. Now they're going to move the middle back to double play depth here. So we'll see if Hudson Schaefer can get a ground ball either at second base or shortstop.
Here's the first pitch from Schaefer. Now to Bryson Esser. That'll miss low for ball one. And Pierre will be off until Friday. They'll have one day off, and then they'll be on the road at Brookings on Friday. We'll have coverage at 4:45 and a 5 o'clock first pitch for Pierre and Brookings. Here's the 1-0 pitch. The runner takes off for second. That'll miss inside. Quick throw back to the mound. And then Schaefer will throw it away. Schaefer threw it into over the head of the third baseman, Riker Edson, and it will score a run. Runner was pretty nonchalant going back to the base, and then Schaefer ends up throwing it over the head of Edson. Runner will, from first, who was taking off, ends up at third. Makes it now a 4-0 game with a 2-0 count. And still one out here in the top of the third. It'll be a stolen base for Raisler and then air charge to Schaefer. 2-0 pitch will come inside. The count's now 3-0. So 4 runs officially to Parker O'Brien. But I believe 3 of those will be earned. Here's the 3-0 pitch upstairs, and it will be a walk, and it's now first and third again. Back-to-back walks here by Schaefer, as he's failed to throw a strike yet. And again, it's a hard spot for him to come into. Probably the first guy that Coach Iverson and Coach Life are saying, hey, you're going to be our first guy in relief, but you kind of have a feeling that you're going to go in at some point and not just all of a sudden saying, hey, we need you from right field to come in right now. It kind of changes a little bit of the mentality and the focus of what Schaefer has. Is that pitch, it'll be off the glove of Schaefer as it was thrown back by Will Eilers. But the runner will steal second. And it's now, it was a strike called. So it's runner at second and third. Noah Rutten, the number 3 man, is at the plate and a chance to extend this 4-0 lead and put a big crooked number up on the board for Harrisburg. That'll miss low. The count's now 1-1.
Would it be 3 or 4 runs charged to O'Brien because Schaefer came in and finished the batter?
So it's on the game changer, it's 3 earned runs.
Right.
I think the air is 4. Yeah, 4. Well, because he had 2.
Were there 2 guys on base?
There were 2 guys on base.
Okay.
Yep.
So now the runner at third would be
the,
Schaefer's.
Yeah, the runner at third is the first runner that is in from Schaefer.
Okay.
So again, runners at second and third, 1 out, top of the fifth, 4-0 lead here for Harrisburg. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. Post State in the bottom of the fifth inning will have 8, 9, and 1. Aiden Johnson, Brecken Furman, and Hudson Stosher. Oh, that was a strikeout. Not sure where the second strike was at, but we'll call the strikeout. And it'll be Griffin Schlapkohl to the plate. And he'll line the first pitch out towards right center field, but right to the right fielder in Carter Templeton. And he'll make the catch, and that will end the inning. So 2 runs do score on 1 hit in the inning. There was 1 error and 2 men left on base. 4-0 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre as we head to the bottom of the 5th. Back in a minute as you're listening to Post State Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
When life throws you a curveball, May Adam Law Firm in Pierre is here to help you knock it out of the park. For over 130 years, we've been providing trusted legal expertise in business, family law, criminal defense, and more. Proud sponsors of this season's baseball action, we're committed to serving our community both on and off the field. Need legal advice? Step up to the plate with May Adam Law Firm. Visit mayadam.net or call today. May Adam, South Dakota's law firm since 1881.
Building a home. It's the biggest investment most of us make in a lifetime. Not to mention it's a decision that, well, you pretty much live with day and night. The quality of the workmanship stares back at you like a reflection. It also affects the value of your investment. Choosing the right contractor is critical. Kruger Contracting is that contractor. Call 222-2523. Quality workmanship and materials completed on time. Kruger Contracting. In a word, quality. Call 222-2523.
It is the bottom of the 5th, and it is a 4-0 lead for Post State, for Harrisburg over Post State, as the 8s will have 8, 9, and 1. Aiden Johnson, Brecken Furman, and Hudson Stosher to the plate. If anybody reaches base, they will go to Riker Edson, as the 8s are going to try to come back from a 4-0 deficit. They were down 5-1 in game 1, unable to make that comeback, and now they're going to try another 4-run potential comeback here as we're starting to get late here in this game. The point I was making prior to the O'Brien injury was talking about Carter Sanderson and him being a former Post State player on the Senior Legion, played a year for the 8s, and end up, again, going to Sioux Falls. He ended up with North Star Christian Academy, then at Sioux Falls Power. Now he's been at Muskegon the last 2 years, but he is in town for a little while for I think the next month, and we're hoping to bring him up here in the booth and talk some hockey, but also talk baseball as well. As the first pitch is bunted here by Aiden Johnson. The throw from Wendling is a little bit high, but it is going to be in time, and the first man is gone in the first pitch here in the bottom of the 5th inning, and it brings up Brecken Furman, the number 9 man in the batting order.
If I'm up here for that, you're going to dominate that interview because I know next to nothing about hockey. The only thing that I know for sure is I'm a fan of whatever team Carter Sanderson's playing for, number 1.
That's good fan to be of.
And I will say the fact that he was drafted by the Pittsburgh Penguins, who was my team anyway before they drafted him, huge win for me. But also just the fact that the only other connection that I really have had with Carter over the years is Bennett, my youngest brother, coached him when he was 13 or 14. I can't remember. Well, he's probably 13 playing with the 14-year-olds. But Bennett did coach him for a summer, so got to see him play some baseball. And then I think it was maybe even that next year he was playing up with the varsity squad as an 8th grader. So really solid athlete and another, I guess, alumni of this program that ends up playing high-level sports.
Brecken Furman will draw the walk. He is rounding first as the pitch got away. Apparently I can't stop sneezing over here. Thankfully we got the mic muted every time I have sneezed.
You did a good job of muting it.
It brings up Hudson Stosher to the plates with the runner on at first and only one out as it's back to the top of the order.
You do a good job of most things, though, Johnny.
Here's the first pitch from Wendling, and here's a bunt attempt from Stosher that is going to roll foul and almost roll back fair. The Agri-Lime that might have started was kicking it back fair, but it turns into just strike one. The fun trivia fact is that there are two guys that can say that they coach two different, or I guess maybe the same two guys, that got drafted to the NFL and drafted in the NHL. And those two guys got a chance to coach both Gray Zabel and Carter Sanderson. Can you name me those two guys?
Well, Brian White would be
right.
one.
Yep. He might be upset that you forget. I mean, you can just look across into center field, as this will be,
field.
but to the building that's back there.
Did Steele coach Sanderson?
He did coach Carter Sanderson. Coached him in hockey. Coach Steele is the only guy to coach Gray Zabel and Carter Sanderson in their respective sports that they got drafted in.
Sure.
Furman ended up taking second base. The count's now 1-1. But Brian White's the only guy to say that he coached both guys playing baseball that they didn't get drafted. They didn't get drafted in the sport of baseball, and he got to coach them in the non-drafted sports. There's a swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. They'll throw back to second, but Furman dives back in without a play.
I apologize, Coach. I'm in baseball mode right now, so I apologize for forgetting you. But that was because I'm not in the hockey world. I'll throw myself an excuse that way because yes, Coach Steele, really fantastic hockey coach, and there was a lot of success with the Capitals during his time at the helm, including I think when birthday boy Elliott Life was a senior. That was probably one of the better teams that was under the tutelage of Coach Steele.
This one is ripped foul down the third base line. I shouldn't say they're the only two guys because I'm sure there's some other mixture there, but varsity, on the varsity field, that Coach Steele and Coach Brian White got a chance to coach both of those guys because I'm sure they're some of the younger age levels that probably saw maybe somebody in there that would have coached them, potentially could have coached them in two different, or coached both of them at different times. But on the varsity side, yeah, Coach Brian White and Coach Steve Steele can say that they were able to bring up some drafted players.
Yeah.
And then you can also say that Coach Brian White and Coach Steve Steele also have three guys that got drafted because Peyton Zabel
you could throw Peyton in there too,
drafted to the Milwaukee Brewers.
Yep.
So really they were able to coach varsity side of three guys that have been drafted.
And maybe more down the line here within the next few years, depending upon how things shake out.
I was going to say, maybe we'll see a quarterback be drafted at some point before it's all said and done. That could add another guy to that line.
Or a tight end.
Or a tight end that could add on to that line. So Coach White did coach Cooper Twilliger before he stepped aside here for Post 8. Here's a ground ball to the right side that will move the runner over to third. The second baseman and Riley will make the play. And there's now two down as Stosher grounds out. He does move Furman over to third, and Riker Edson's got a chance to try and drive in Post 8's first run here of game number 2 here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs.
I'm sure. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, we'll have to bring Coach White at some point and sit him down for an interview up here during a game.
He talked about at one point wanting to start a podcast, the three of us.
That one's down the third base line, but it will be foul by a couple of feet for strike one to Riker Edson.
I don't know how many people would want to listen to that because that would be an adventure in and of itself. But
I do remember that. He did bring that up quite a few years ago.
I was going to say a few years ago
I kind of forgot about that.
But for sure, maybe we'll see how the interview goes, and then if it does, okay.
If it bombs, then we know
then we know it was
never
not a
mind,
good idea.
Forget it. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Here's a ground ball down the third base line, off the glove of the third baseman. He'll pick it back up. His throw to first is high, and the run will come in to score to make it a 4-1 game. And we'll see if we'll give a hit or an error, but a run does score. As it is now 4-1, but Edson is on at first. It will be an air charge to the third baseman. So no RBI, unfortunately, for Riker Edson, but sun and shine. That one's over for strike one. who was 0 for 1, flew out to center, and then was hit by a pitch in his 2 trips to the plate. There's a ground ball that is going to be fouled just down the third base line. The count's now 1-1. Makes me make that 0-2. At some point, we'll have Coach Steele come up here it's a kind of a tradition in the summertime to bring Coach Steele up for a interview during the game.
Yeah. If Gray Zabel's in town, or I don't think Peyton probably would be. Well, maybe I think I had heard that he was maybe going to be back for a few weeks, maybe.
Blake Dean's got the rumor going. He's got the rumor
The
mill.
rumor mill is afloat. When you become a townie like me, you hear things. So.
1-2 pitch is a chopper to the third baseman as he will field his throw to first. Is not going to be in time. Sunshine beats it out. That'll be an infield single for Sunshine. It is now first and second. And all of a sudden, the tying run is now on base, or is coming to the plate with Carter Templeton, who will get his first at bat after he took the place of Alec Eilers. After the injury to O'Brien that moved him into right field, he now is in the place of Alec Eilers. So it's first and second with 2 outs. And it's Carter Templeton to the plates, who in game number 1 for the Eights went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. He also drew a walk. Here's the first pitch. He'll swing and foul that one back for strike 1.
But looking at, I have not heard anything about Gray, but with mandatory minicamp ending June 11 for Seattle, there's a good stretch of, maybe a month and a half from where mandatory minicamp ends to when training camp would start.
So we got a shot. You're saying we got a shot to have
we're saying there's a chance.
Super Bowl champion on our broadcast. Templeton will swing and miss at all 3 pitches for a strikeout, and that will end the bottom of the 5th. The run does come in to score for Post 8 as they get 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error, and 2 men left on base. We head to the top of the 6th. It is a 4-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota in Pierre is proud to sponsor today's game. Whether you're in the market for a brand new Ford, Lincoln, or Toyota, or a quality pre-owned vehicle, our team is here to get you back on the road in style. From tough trucks to family SUVs, we've got the selection you need and the hometown service you deserve. Browse online anytime at CapitalCityFordToyota.com. Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, where community drives us forward.
Hey you. Are you at a job that is fulfilling, has good benefits to support you or a family today, and retirement goes down the road? If you just said no, listen up. CHS River Plains is hiring operations personnel, drivers, and custom applicators at several locations. These come with a knockout affordable benefit package for you and the whole family. Apply to a job with CHS River Plains and up your benefits straight up. To apply, visit us online at chsriverplains.com or stop in at one of our locations. CHS is an equal opportunity employer.
As we welcome you back, it is the top of the 6th, and Post 8 is down 4-1 in the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebine scoreboard. Harrisburg with 2 runs in the first and 2 runs in the 5th. The Eights get a run back in that bottom of the 5th inning, and it's going to be Dalton Wendling, Riley and Cody, and Grady Wolbrink. 5, 6, and 7. As Hudson Schaefer, who was called upon after the injury to Parker O'Brien, which again, not going to speculate how long he will be out. As this first pitch is flown out into center field, Aiden Johnson's patrolling out there. He's been busy all doubleheader. He'll make a catch on the first pitch here in the top of the 6th, and we'll bring up Rylan Cody to the plate with nobody on and 1 out. But again, I hope that Parker O'Brien, again, that he's able to come back. We won't know anything, and even if talking to Coach Iverson after the game, nobody's really going to know until probably the next day or so. But again, hoping that it's all going to be good at the end of all that, as this first pitch is popped foul out of play, and it counts 0-1. But here in the top of the 6th in a 4-1 game. I also want to go back to the fact that my wife was mad at you whenever you gave her a shout out about the insurance claim of kangaroos and deer.
She loved it.
She wasn't happy about it. Here's the 0-1 pitch that'll miss, low and outside, and the count's now 1-1. But also,
I felt like that was a very appropriate thing.
That kind of was, yeah. I mean, I enjoyed it, but now she's even more. Now she's mad at me too.
100%. You brought it up, so.
Here's a 1-1 pitch. That'll be taken on the inside edge for a strike. That counts now 1-2 here to Ryland Cody, who drew a walk in the second, who was thrown out trying to steal. I was trying to say he was thrown out trying to steal, all in 2 words. He was thrown out trying to steal second, then he struck out looking in the top of the 4th inning. 1-2 pitch. That'll miss low, and the count's now 2-2. Lights are on here at Hyde Stadium in our first doubleheader of the summer. Be on the air at 4:45 on Friday in Brookings. The 5 o'clock first pitch. Then next week, Wednesday, would be our next broadcast after Friday. As the 2-2 will miss low, and the count's now 3-2. As we won't have the Sioux Falls West game in Sioux Falls, but we will have the Sioux Falls East game here at home next week, Wednesday. Wyatt Britchka and Blake Dean will have the call for you. And then we'll have the home game the following Monday against Brandon Valley with a 4 o'clock first pitch here at Hyde Stadium. 3-2. That'll miss for ball 4. And a 1-out walk issued to Cody. And it will bring up Grady Woolbrink, who is 0 for 1 with a fly out and then hit by pitch. Came around to score in that top of the 5th inning.
Yeah, you'll get to call a game at Bob Sheldon Field, one of my favorite fields in the state at the Class A level. Especially, the renovation. They did a fantastic job afterwards. And again, that's not biased just because I went to school at SDSU, but even playing there in my high school days, before the renovation, just kind of a unique atmosphere to Bob Sheldon Field. And they actually hosted the 2015 State Legion Tournament, if I remember correctly.
The 2025 State
Well,
Legion.
25, and I think they hosted 15 also.
Oh, yeah, when you played, yeah.
Well,
No?
year after.
Year after you played, okay.
Year after I graduated, Bradley was actually playing on that team, played first base. It was Coach White's first year as the head coach of the program, and he had a sophomore kid that was 5'10", 150 playing first base for him that year.
Who was that?
Bradley. Yeah.
Counts 1-1 here to Grady Woolbrink. Also, 25 was Watertown. 24 was in Brookings.
Yep.
1-1 pitches upstairs, and the count's now 2-1. Throw back to first, and Babcock comes off the base to make sure he makes the catch. Not allow that to get into right field. Count is 2-1 here to Woolbrink.
I'm sure they gave the bid to Brookings after the renovation of Bob Sheldon Field. Is that correct?
Well, they had it. I think they had it renovated for at least a year or 2 before they hosted. But I mean, why wouldn't you after? And
Right.
like you mentioned, Bob Sheldon Field's already a good field, and then you add on the renovations to it, and it just kind of was perfect to get a state tournament in Brookings at that point. Here's a 3-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and the count's now 3-2. Here to Grady Woolbrink. This year's state tournament, Post 22 is hosting out in Rapid City.
When was the last time that Post 22 hosted?
Would have been 2022, I think it was.
Okay.
Time is called.
I knew it was
'Cause-
in the last 5 years or so,
Yeah.
but I couldn't remember when it was.
Yankton hosted in 23, then it was in 24 in Brookings, then 25 in Watertown. So,
Okay.
yeah, it would have been 2022 was the last time.
Has 320 ever hosted?
Well, technically, they
Or
didn't.
do they combine?
Well, they didn't host, as the 3-2 pitch just misses inside, and the count's now, or excuse me, it's a full count walk, and it's now first and second to bring up Nick Riley. Technically, we played on Post 320's field
Right.
in 2020 because they demolished the fence at that point to redo everything and put a turf field. So 320 kind of got a chance to host that state tournament, but other than that, I wouldn't know the last time that 320 has hosted a state tournament. But all of that goes into 2027. It's going to be right here at Hyde Stadium. Here's a ground ball down the third base line, just past Riker Edson into left field. Could have been a double play, but instead a run would come in to score the throw to third. Not going to be in time. And it turns into an RBI double for Nick Riley. And it's now a 5-1 game here with one out in the top of the 6th.
Yeah, just a hot shot down the third base line, just outside of the extended reach of Edson at third base. Gets into left field and plates a run on the double. And the Harrisburg lead extends to 5-1 now with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out.
Infield will come in all the way around as Hudson Schaefer deals with the number 9 man, Wyatt Witwicky. That first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. So, yeah, next year it'll be right here at Hyde Stadium for 2027. I'm really looking for, I think there's a lot of people really looking forward to having the state tournament here at Hyde, as this will be fouled out of play. And the count's now 1-1, which would have been 2018 was the last time that Pierre hosted the state tournament. I think it was the year right before I moved.
Yes.
Would have been 2019 was the first summer that I was here. Because Pierre won it in 2017 and then hosted in 2018. Then I showed up.
That's correct, because
all of it lines up there.
Well, the Hyde Stadium renovation was completed in 2017, and then they hosted the next year. So kind of similar to
the Brookings
yeah. Bob Sheldon situation.
1-2 count here with 1 out to Wyatt Witwicky. 1-2 pitch from Schaefer. Swing and a miss. Witwicky chased. He didn't want to, but he went all the way around. And a big strikeout for Schaefer. And it now brings up Jackson Raisler, the top of the order for Harrisburg, post 45, with runners at second and third. And 2 outs now here in the top of the 6th inning. 5-1 is their score. Harrisburg leads by 4. First pitch to Raisler. That'll miss inside and low for ball 1. Pierre will be hosting the 14U state tournament at the end of the summer. But then, the Senior Legion will be out in Rapid City. Post State would love to be playing out in Rapid City at the end of July, beginning of August, as it counts now 2-0.
And it looks like the last time that Post State hosted the 14U state tournament was 2022. Only reason I know that is because there's a flyer from the 14U state tournament in 2022 that was sitting
right there,
right here in front of me.
2-0 pitch. That'll be upstairs, and the count's now 3-0.
And looking at a lot of these names, a lot of these guys are juniors or seniors that are now playing at the Legion level.
3-0 count here from Hudson Schaefer to Jackson Raisler, right down the middle for strike 1. The count's now 3-1.
Hudson Schaefer, a member of that team, actually.
He's trying to get
Carter Sanderson, a member of that team. Bridger Babcock, a member of that team. I think those are the 3 that are still, well, the 2 that are still playing, and then the one that we had brought up earlier.
That would be ball 4 to Raisler, and the bases are now loaded. Third walk issued in the inning, and it brings up now Brian Esser to the plates. Bryson Esser, not Brian, Bryson Esser to the plates. 2 outs, bases loaded here in the top of the 6th. A 5-1 lead for Harrisburg over the 8s. Harrisburg looking for a doubleheader sweep of the 8s. Pierre trying to make at least right now, a 4-run comeback again in the final couple innings. As this will be a high fly ball to left field. Going back is the left fielder. Sunshine will turn and watch it leave for a grand slam. A grand slam for Bryson Esser to make it now a 9-1 ball game. And Esser during the high school season hit 3 home runs and 14 runs driven in. He picks up his first home run of the summer to make this a 9-1 ball game.
And the wind kind of died down here in game number 2, especially late, and had it been blowing at the same consistency as it was in game 1, that may be a fly out to left field in Sunshine, but no wind. That ball kept sailing, had enough backspin on it to get over the wall. Long branch sign out in left center field for a grand slam home run for Edson to make it, or excuse me, from
Esser.
That I mixed up Edson and Esser. to make it a 9-1 lead for Harrisburg and give them a 5 spot here in the top of the 6th.
Here's the first pitch, ground ball, and a field by Edson. The throw to first. It takes one pitch after the grand slam to get out of the inning. It is, though, 5 runs that score on 2 hits in the inning. No errors and no one left on base. The grand slam, a big spot for Harrisburg. It is 9-1 Harrisburg over Pierre. As we step aside for a minute, you're listening to Pierre Post-State Baseball on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Financial investments are very important, but so are the investments of time, patience, and encouragement our young athletes receive from their coaches, teachers, and mentors. Your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisors understand this. That's why Edward Jones is a proud sponsor of Governor Athletics on KCCR. Go Govs! For all your investment needs, call or stop by one of our offices to visit with your Pierre area Edward Jones Financial Advisor. Edward Jones, member SIPC.
Step up to the plate with Kathy Sunshine Properties in Pierre, your go-to for buying, selling, and finding your perfect home. Whether you're looking for a cozy cottage or a spacious family home, Kathy Sunshine Properties has you covered. We're committed to helping you make your next big move, on the field or in your life. Ready to find your dream home? Call Kathy Sunshine Properties at 605-224-5588. Your home run in real estate.
It is the bottom of the 6th, and Post-State is down 9-1 on the American Family Insurance Brittany Shufflebind scoreboard. As it will be for Post-State's Bridger Babcock, Will Eilers, and Hudson Schaefer. The Eights with 3 hits so far. Babcock's got one of those 3 hits. He's 1 for 2. He got the first hit of the ball game for Post-State. As Pierre is stranded 6 on base. That pitch will miss low and away. The count's now 2-0.
So far, Wendling only 71 pitches through 5+, as that's a strike to make it a 2-1 count here. So he's got a chance to go all 7 as well and make both efforts from the Harrisburg starters complete games.
2-1 pitches outside, and the count's now 3-1. Here to Bridger Babcock, the leadoff man here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 3-1. That is outside, and that will draw a walk, and the leadoff man is on base here in the bottom of the 6th. And it brings up Will Eilers to the plate, who drew a walk in his last trip. He's 0 for 0 so far. He sacrificed bunt in the 2nd and then also walked in the 4th. First pitch is outside for ball 1 as Wendling's struggling to find the zone right now here in this bottom of the 6th inning. Hudson Schaefer waits on deck. Then it's Aiden Johnson. That'll be fouled back by Will Eilers. So the count is now even at a ball and a strike. You're listening to KCCR Pierre, a Riverfront Broadcasting Station, just past 9 o'clock on this Wednesday night. After we're done, we'll get you out to the finale of the game between Carolina and Montreal, which is a 3-0 lead for Carolina right now. They're trying to join Vegas in the Stanley Cup final, but they'd only take a 3-1 lead if they do win. Here's a ground ball up the middle, stepping on the bag at 2nd for 1. The throw to first is going to be a 4-3 double play. And after the leadoff walk, it turns into 2 outs and nobody on here in the bottom of the 6th. And just been that kind of a night for Post-State.
Yeah, really, you look at the hit column tonight, and really in both games, Harrisburg out-hit Pierre by 4, I believe, in game 1. Have only out-hit him by 1 here in game 2, but score differential is 8 runs right now in favor of Harrisburg in game number 2. Was a little bit closer in game number 1, but this is, I think, just looking at the hit column, you think that if you just looked at that alone, Pierre can play with a team like this. I mean, they're competitive enough to play with a team like Harrisburg, who, by all accounts, kind of a baseball factory. They really do a good job of development, and there's a reason why they're consistently one of the top teams in the state, and they look to be that way this year. Their gold team, they've got 2 Legion teams. Their top one is Harrisburg Gold, who's playing tonight. But, Post State really has something to hang their hat on, even though they're going to more than likely, barring a really big comeback here over the last couple innings, fall to 0-2 to open the season. I think the moral thing you take away from this tonight is the fact that they can hang with a team like this, who is going to be, more, by my guess, near the top of the standings as the year progresses along.
Here's the 1-2 pitch to Schaefer, a swing and a miss and a strikeout, and that will end the bottom of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, no one left on base. We head to the 7th. It is a 9-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
No one likes to have electrical problems, but when they happen, call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. With over 28 years of experience, Todd's Electric can handle any type of electrical problem, whether it's residential, commercial, or agricultural. Their knowledgeable staff knows and understands the importance of your home, business, or ag facility and are prepared to help. Call Todd's Electric at 223-2518. That's 223-2518. Todd's Electric, serving the Pierre and Fort Pierre areas. The line to power.
Looking for your next new or used car, truck, or SUV? Then go no further than the comfort of your own home. Shop online at lambmotor.com. On lambmotor.com, you'll find the vehicles Lambs has in stock. You can schedule a test drive or your vehicle's next tune-up, all online. New or used, shop for it all online, anywhere you are. Lamb Motor has the right vehicle for you. Lamb Motor in Oneida and online, lambmotor.com.
As we welcome you back, it is a 9-1 lead here for Harrisburg over Pierre Post States. John Wickler alongside Blake Dean here on this Wednesday evening. We've got baseball for you pretty much every Wednesday from now through the month of June. It is filled for you on basically every Wednesday night, to join us here on KCCR for some baseball, barring, weather. But otherwise, as it is, again, we get this doubleheader against Harrisburg. They'll be home against Sioux Falls East next Wednesday at Bismarck. The following Wednesday at 3:20 versus Aberdeen. July 1st will be the first Wednesday that we don't have a baseball game here on KCCR. So all the other days of the week, there's some that are there, some aren't, but Wednesdays over the next month are going to be baseball right here on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. As the first pitch to Griffin Schlapkohl, the only guy that did not come to the plate in that top of the 6th inning. 1-0 pitch to him will be upstairs, and the count's now 2-0. Which, by the way, thinking, we kind of reminisced over the last little bit. We talked with Spencer Saringer early part of the for this part of the game. As the 2-0 pitch, it will be popped up to center. Coming in is Aiden Johnson. He will call for it. He'll make the catch, and the leadoff man is gone here in the top of the 7th inning. It is back to 3 years ago today that Pierre Governors won their first ever high school baseball state championship out of the birdcage back on May 27th of 2023. That they got a chance to win that state championship. As the first pitch here to Dalton Wendling is missing for ball 1. And that was a team that started out in a bad spot.
Yep.
And Coach Steve Gray joined me that against Stevens a couple weeks ago and during the high school baseball season. And we were talking about that team that started out, 0-5 and just didn't really. I mean, they're 0-4 after losing a sweep to O'Gorman. And again, I said that to him on the broadcast, but I could call my now wife. I called her on the phone after. I said, "This is going to be a really not a fun spring of baseball." As this is flown out behind second base, Aiden Johnson will come in after losing his hat and sunglasses. He'll make the catch for the second out. And there's 2 down to bring up Rylan Cody. I just said that it's going to be a long spring, long summer, because it's not going to be fun if this is how they're going to play all season. And they lost the first game to Brookings and then turned around and got the win in that second game. and won 13 more in a row to win the state championship. And I was happy to eat my words on that phone call that it wasn't going to be a fun spring, because it definitely was a fun spring for that team to win the state championship.
Yeah, that was a fun year to follow and a fun team to follow, because you had kind of like that 17 team that won the state Legion title. You had kind of an embarrassment of riches all over the ball field. You had, head of the snake being Lincoln Keenholz, who was the Class A player of the year that year in high school baseball, as kind of your pitcher and your starting shortstop hitting leadoff for you. But, you had guys like Jackson Edmond, who threw some innings for him that year. Brecken Kruger playing center field, Jack Merkwan in left field. You had Jaden Wiebe playing. Well, he was hurt, so he didn't play. But that was, I think a team that you put Jaden Wiebe in that lineup, a healthy Jaden Wiebe, and they're maybe even better than a state championship caliber team. But just up and down the lineup, a lot of talent. And I'm probably missing some names that.
J Buck closed it all out.
Yep.
JJ Buckholz was
phenomenal spring.
That was his sophomore year, and he was in that final call too. He was kind of unknown. I think I said he was unknown going into the season. Then the final out was made. 3-1 pitch. That'll miss for ball 4, and Ryland Cody will draw the 2-out walk to extend the inning. Now to Grady Wolbrink, runner on at first with 2 away. To bring up that right fielder who has been on base twice. He's 0 for 1. He flew out to center, and then he was hit by a pitch and also walked in his 2 trips to the plate.
Yeah, I just pulled up the roster from the team that year. Starting pitcher in that game was Jackson Edmond. He went 4 innings. But you had starting lineup in the championship game, Keenholz at short, Kruger in center, Merkwan in left. Jet Zabel DH that year for him, or in that game specifically. Johnny Lyons, who was playing baseball at Dakota Wesleyan, was third base for him. Cade Kaiser in at second base, playing football at Northern State. Deegan Husko was catching. He's a member of the National Guard right now. Spencer Easland at first. He's playing football at Wayne State. George Stalley in right field, football player at Morningside. I mean, just college athletes, basically, when you look up and down that lineup. And, that's the kind of talent that was on that team, and that was the reason why they won the state championship. It's not just one guy. It's everybody up and down the lineup, talent-wise, that's going to put you over the top like that. And that was a team that had the depth to make a run like that.
0-2 pitch, missed low and away, and got to the backstop. So Riley and Cody moves to second. The count is 1-2 now to Grady Wolbrink. Hudson Schaefer delivers. This is popped up. Left side, long run for the third baseman, and Riker Edson just runs out of time to get to it. Hudson Schaefer had a long run over there too, but it will drop foul, and the count remains at 1-2. With 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, Post State will have 8-9-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Right now needing 8 runs, and got to keep that runner off at second from scoring after retiring the first 2 and then having that baseball. Where did that baseball end up at? It landed foul, and Schaefer didn't grab it. Edson didn't have it. Did it roll over towards the third base dugout? I don't know where the thing just fell into a sinkhole somewhere. Here's the 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, and there's a strikeout, and that will take us to the bottom of the 7th inning.
So did that pitch.
No runs, no hits, no errors, and a man left on base. We go to the bottom of the 7th. It is a 9-1 lead for Harrisburg over Pierre. Back in a minute on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Step up to the plate with Overhead Door Company of Pierre. Like your favorite team, we deliver reliability, strength, and top-notch performance. For over 100 years, Overhead Door has been the most respected name in the industry, from commercial or residential repairs to full upgrades. Our team of technicians stand ready to provide winning results. Don't let a faulty garage door strike you out. Look for the signature red ribbon and call the industry MVP at 605-224-6200. Bring your garage door game to the big leagues.
people helping people.
Have you ever wondered what the benefits are of becoming a Owyhee Federal Credit Union member? At Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we reinvest profits in you. We do this in the form of lower interest rates, higher dividends, and low to no fees. So come check us out or come in at 221 East Pleasant Drive in Pierre, because at Owyhee Federal Credit Union, we treat our members like they own the place because, well, they do.
Owyhee Federal Credit Union.
It is the bottom of the seventh, and Post 8 down their final 3 outs here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. The Harrisburg Post 45 team won 5-1 in Game 1 with a 2-run first, a 3-run third. Now here in Game 2, they had a 2-run first, a 2-run fifth to make it 4-0. Pierre got one back to make it 4-1, and then a 5-run sixth inning, which included a grand slam by Bryson Esser, made it now 9-1, and that's where we stand here in the bottom of the seventh. And it turns into 8-9-1. Aiden Johnson, Brecken Furman, and Hudson Stocher to try and get a rally started, with the Eights needing at least eights in this inning to make a comeback and keep this ball game moving. As the first pitch from Wendling will come in for ball one, missing low and inside. As Wendling trying to go the distance, just like it was for Andrew Dirks. Excuse me again, as that one is missing for a ball. The count's now 2-0. You can hear it in the crowd mic how loud I'm sneezing. 84 pitches. This will be pitch number 85. And showing bunt was Johnson. He was not bunting it regardless. He was pulling it back and taking it for ball 3. There was a little bit of activity out in the left field bullpen. Here's the 3-0 pitch. Johnson again showing bunt. The catcher in Wendling thought he had went or offered at it, but it will be ball 4. So 4-pitch walk to start the bottom of the seventh, and it brings up Brecken Furman, who is 0 for 1, fly out to center, and also drew a walk. He did come around the game's only run so far. As the first pitch will miss for ball 1. Leading away from first is Aiden Johnson. 1-0 pitch. That one was over for a strike. The count's now even at a ball and a strike.
So far, the outing from Wendling has been fantastic. He has thrown 6+ to this point. 89 pitches, 3 hits, 1 run. It was an unearned run, 4 walks, 3 strikeouts, a wild pitch, and a hit by pitch. So not a lot of traffic, only 5 base runners, as that one is fouled away for Wendling through 6+. And if you can throw more innings than allow runners on base at the Legion level, you're setting yourself up and your team up for success and giving them an opportunity to win.
That one will get to the backstop, as it was now ball 3, and into second base is Aiden Johnson. So the count is full at 3-2. Well, I think the other thing too, that he's been able to get a guy stealing between second and third. He's able to get a double play ball that's in that bottom of the 6th inning. And some of those guys that got on base end up being canceled out by good defensive play. As that will be ball 4, and it's back-to-back walks to open up the bottom of the 7th. And if you're Post 8, couldn't ask for a better start, as this will be a time call by Harrisburg. And with Wendling getting near the end of the line and walking the first 2, they might go to the bullpen. And we'll make that first pitching change of the entire day. Maybe they're going to still see if he can work it. I mean, he's got an 8-run advantage right now, so they're probably going to see if they can't get him through this game.
Yeah, Wendling's going to have a long leash here unless he runs out of pitches.
And yeah, truthfully, outside of, just giving up hit after hit after hit in a row with 86 pitches, it make that 80. Well, let's see here. He's would be up to like 92 here. My game changer for some reason is behind. But
93.
93. So, 12 pitches left. You're going to give him the leash for those 12 pitches, as that will get to the backstop of the first pitch to make it now second and third with nobody out. It is back to the top of the order. Hudson Stocher at the plate. He's got one of those 3 hits as well for Post 8. Stosher, Sunshine, and Babcock, the three guys that have gotten a base hit here in Game 2 of our doubleheader. Pitch number 94 upcoming here from Madden Windling. Ground ball to the third baseman, who will gobble it up. The throw to first will be in time as Furman will move over to third. Johnson comes in to score. Schlapkohl's only thing he thought about was just getting it out. He'll trade the out for the run. One down here in the bottom of the seventh. It's a now 9-2 ball game. And it brings up Riker Edson. First RBI of the ball game for the Eights as Stosher is out, 5-3. This will be popped foul down the right field line. It will get out of play for strike one. Hudson Schaefer in the 2 2/3 innings that he had to throw after, again, the injury to Parker O'Brien. 2 hits, 5 runs, 6 walks, and 3 strikeouts. One of those being the grand slam that was hit by Bryson Esser. 0-1 pitch will miss low, and the count's now 1-1 here to Riker Edson.
To your point, John, going back to what you said earlier, the RBI ground out from Stosher, first RBI of the night for the Eights, because that first run in the first game was an unearned run. Well, it was an earned run, but it was a passed ball, not a batted ball in. So first RBI of the night and first RBI of the season goes to Hudson Stosher.
2-1 pitch. That was over for a strike, and the count's now 2-2. Windling trying to get this second out so he would have an opportunity to try and finish out the complete game. That one will just miss low and away, and the count's now 3-2. This will be pitch number 100. Three-two pitch. Ground ball up the middle, fielded by the shortstop, but underneath his leg. So a run will come in to score to be an air charge to the shortstop and Witwicky. And now a runner on at first in a 9-3 ball game here with 1 out. Getting no RBI for, well, see, those are always the ones. I think Riker Edson gets the RBI because the run was going to score whether the play was made or not. So he will give him the RBI even though it's reaching on an error. And it brings up Sutton Sunshine. That one will be off the glove of Windling, and to second will go Edson. A couple of pass balls here, wild pitches that have allowed runners to take a couple extra bases. And this is going to be pitch number 102 here to Sutton Sunshine. And he will sky this out towards center field. Backing up is the center fielder Racer to make the catch. Edson will tag. The throw will go to third, but Edson will slide in safely. And there's now 2 down here in the bottom of the 7th. So while this probably will end up being the last batter for Windling, he's got a chance to still have a complete game. With Carter Templeton, who is 0 for 2, swings and misses the first pitch for strike 1. 9-3 is our score here in the bottom of the 7th. Eights are down by 6. Going to need a 2-out rally here to score those 6 runs, as it's now a 1-1 count.
And that was pitch 105 right there from Wendling, so this is his last batter, regardless of outcome.
Here's the 1-1. Swing and a miss, and the count's now 1-2. And it is now down to the final strike here for the Eights in our second game. As the 1-2 pitch will come in, missing low for ball 2. The count's now 2-2. 2-2 pitch from Windling. That's high, and the count's 3-2. And again, if Windling does not get Carter Templeton, they will have to use another pitcher here in the bottom of the 7th inning to try and get that final out. 3-2 pitch. That one's fouled back. Remaining at 3-2. I think Coach Butine is hoping that this will be the final batter, so he doesn't have to use anybody else. This will be popped up, foul out of play on the right side. So we'll do it again here at 3-2. Again, Friday coverage at 4:45, a 5 o'clock first pitch. You're on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. That'll miss to Templeton, and with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th, we will have to see another pitcher come in. But it does extend the game to Bridger Babcock. So we will step aside. We'll come back in a minute and tell you the changes. First and third with 2 outs in a 9-3 ball game. Back in a minute on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
With any dream, the wind won't always be at your back, the sun won't always be shining, and some rain is going to fall. American Family Insurance is like a good, solid roof that you can trust to protect your biggest dreams. With plans that could save you up to 23% when you bundle your home and auto. Also, you can continue to dream fearlessly, no matter what comes your way. American Family Insurance.
Visit mfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company assigned its operating company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Contact the Brittany Shufflebind Agency, LLC, 224-6627.
Spring is the season for a fresh start, and that includes your technology. Whether you are looking to upgrade or need to breathe new life into your current device, CommTech is your one-stop solution. Experience the brilliance of LG OLED TVs, the immersive sound of Sonos and JBL, or the unmatched performance of Lenovo laptops. Buy with confidence thanks to our price match guarantee and 0% interest on selected purchases. We're your locally owned technology experts on the truck bypass. CommTech, we sell the best and fix the rest.
It is going to be Brant Cook on the mound now for Harrisburg with 2 outs and runners at first and third. And Harrisburg trying to hold on to this 9-3 lead in this bottom of the 7th inning as Brant Cook will get a chance to throw. He did not throw in the spring season at all for Harrisburg. It is for Windling, who goes 6 2/3 innings, giving up 3 hits. Can't close the book on him quite yet, but he had 6 walks, 3 strikeouts. Right now, the 3 runs are all unearned runs against Windling. And then Brant Cook will try and close it out. Again, for Hudson Schaefer, he gave up the 2 hits over 2 2/3. Obviously, he'd have a chance to come out and pitch to the top of the 8th if needed. But 2 2/3 innings, giving up 2 hits, 5 runs, and 6 walks with 3 strikeouts. And his, again, relief appearance for Post State. So Brant Cook with Bridger Babcock to the plate. Runners at first and third with 2 away. And if Bridger Babcock gets a base hit, it at least pulls the 8s within 5. And then all of a sudden you're starting to creep that tying run closer and closer to being on deck. First pitch, that will get the run home to make it a 9-4 game. Runner will move up to second as well in Carter Templeton. So add on another run here for the 8s. So now a base hit makes this a 4-run ball game with Templeton now at second. Here's the 1-0 pitch now from Brant Cook to Bridger Babcock. That'll miss low and away, and the count's now 2-0. Again, after we're done here, we will join in progress Carolina and Montreal, who is into the 3rd period. Still a 3-0 lead. I guess maybe depending on it, we might not get to the Carolina-Montreal game with only 12 minutes left to go in the 3rd period. It might be over by the time we get to that game.
It's entirely possible.
3-0 pitch. That is on the outside edge for a strike, and the count's now 3-1. So Windling officially gives up those, well, he's given up 4 runs, but he's still responsible for the runner on at second. 3-1 pitch here from Brant Cook to Bridger Babcock. Good hitter's count here for Babcock, and that will miss well away from the zone. So it's now first and second with 2 away, and it brings up Will Eilers. The 8s have done this with 4 walks and an error. They've not had a base hit in this inning, and they've scored 3 runs. And only 1 error has been committed. This has been a struggle for Harrisburg right now trying to close this game out. Will Eilers at the plate. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1.
Part of it, I think, is Wendling was fatigued. I mean, clearly after throwing 6 2/3, and Cook has come in really having a difficulty finding the strike zone, and he drills Eilers in the back to load the bases.
So now the bases are loaded with 2 outs, and it brings up Hudson Schaefer, who is the 9th man to come to the plate here in this bottom of the 7th inning. And all of a sudden, the tying run has moved to the on-deck circle.
Yeah.
This was a 9-1 game here in the bottom of the 7th, and now it's 9-4. Hudson Schaefer trying to make this lead start to get a little bit smaller. There's going to be some activity out in the left field bullpen. That first pitch, I think it was behind Schaefer for ball 1. Brent Cook has struggled to find the strike zone now coming into the game. Aiden Johnson, who led off the inning with the walk and came around to score, he waits on deck now. That'll miss inside, and the count's now 2-0.
And it looks like it's either going to be Dalton Wendling or Landon Batchel that's out there in the.
Got to be Batchel, that's because Dalton Wendling is the catcher right now.
Okay.
So Batchel, who is warming up, 3-0 is the count here to Hudson Schaefer. 3-0 pitch. That'll hit him. Makes it a 9-5 game, and the tying run is now at the plate with 2 outs. That'll be an RBI for Hudson Schaefer the hard way.
Literally.
And we'll have a mound visit. And Batchel will have to really get moving quickly out in the left field bullpen. It is now a 9-5 game. The tying run, Aiden Johnson, who led off the inning, is now coming to the plate. 4 runs have scored yet here in the bottom of the 7th. Bases are juiced. Number 8 man in the batting order. And Brant Cook, who is still, still got to throw strikes.
Yep.
Obviously, things kind of get a little bit more interesting for Harrisburg now. But you still got to be able to throw strikes and be able to try and get, let them put the ball in play. Because, again, Pierre has not had a base hit in this inning. It has been all walks, and the last 2 have been hit by pitch.
Yep.
4 walks, 2 hit by pitch, and 1 error. So the Eights have put the ball in play 3 times with an RBI ground out, a fly out to center, and an error. And so Aiden Johnson now, who, again, is the tying run for the Eights here in the bottom of the 7th, is now at the plate. First pitch from Brant Cook will miss low for ball 1.
And who would have thought at the beginning of this inning, John, that the Eights are going to bring the tying run to the plate as Batchel has the ball get away from him and away from Dalton Wendling, and they have to stop play here to get the ball back out to the left field bullpen, which is in play here at Hyde Stadium.
Yeah, this is where coaches' hairs go gray. They lose their hair. 1-0 pitch. That's over for a strike. The count's now 1-1. Because you had an 8-run lead, and you've allowed Post 8 to get the tying run on the plate, and again, they've only had to put the ball in play 3 times in this inning. That one's over for a strike, and now the Eights are down to their final strike here in Game 2. And really, all 3 times they put it in play, there should have been outs because the error was made as well on the 3rd time that they put it in play. 1-2 pitch. That one is taken for strike 3, and that will end the ball game. Johnson will go down looking to end the game, and Post 8 will strand the bases loaded in that bottom of the 7th with the tying run at the plate. It is a 4-run 7th inning, but a 9-5 final. Post 8 drops it here to Harrisburg in Game 2 of our doubleheader. We'll step aside for 2 minutes and come back to wrap it up here from Hyde Stadium. Back in 2 minutes on KCCR, and you're watching it on YouTube at KCCR Sports.
Koenig of Oneida, Pierre, and Winter has provided our services to growers of South Dakota for over 50 years. We focus on providing our customers with the products, services, and attention to detail that each farmer needs to succeed. For your individual needs of custom spraying, liquid or dry fertilizer, chemical, soil sampling, seed sales, and treating, Stop in and see us at Koenig with offices located in Oneida, Pierre, and Winter.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
For over 60 years, Ferding Electric has been powering homes and businesses across central South Dakota. When you need reliable electrical service, trust the experts with decades of experience. Whether it's a simple residential repair, a complex commercial installation, or even electrical work on your farm, Ferding Electric has you covered. And if you're tired of searching everywhere for that hard-to-find bulb, Ferding Electric carries a wide selection of bulbs, including those hard-to-find fluorescent and specialty options. Visit us at 2903 East Elizabeth Street or call today, 605-224-8684. When you're looking for quality trash pickup services, look no further than Envirotech. 6 days a week, their trucks are on the road picking up trash, even holidays. They're also the place to contact for recycling services. Their friendly, professional staff is ready to assist with weekly pickups or even special pickups. Check out the website at envirotechwaste.com. Envirotech is locally operated. Call 224-4804. Envirotech Waste Services in Pierre, proud to support high school athletics.
As we welcome you back, it is the post-game show as Post 8 will fall here in Game 2, 9-5, as they will fall in both games, 5-1 and 9-5, both by 4-run totals. As second game got a lot closer than what it was. It was a 9-1 game going to the bottom of the seventh, and the Eights got 4 runs on no hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base to make it a 9-5 game. Had the tying run at the plate, but unable to get a base hit in that inning. They had 9 runs, 6 hits, 3 errors, and 4 men left on base for Harrisburg. 5 runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 9 men left on base for Pierre. Matt Windling is the winning pitcher, giving up 6 2/3 innings, giving up those 3 runs, and a total of those 4 runs credited to him. 6 walks and 3 strikeouts. And it is then Brant Cook that gets the final outs of the game, but it took a while to get that final out. Before he, a couple runs, another run came in to score. Parker O'Brien will take the loss. 4 1/3 innings, 3 hits, 4 runs, 3 earned, 3 walks and 2 strikeouts. Hudson Schaefer went 2 2/3 innings, giving up 2 hits, 5 runs, 6 walks and 3 strikeouts. As O'Brien left with a apparent arm injury, leaving in the mid count in that top of the 5th inning. Bryson Esser for Harrisburg hit a grand slam in the top of the 6th, which I guess goes down as the game-winning hit.
It's with the difference.
The 4-run ball game. If he doesn't hit that grand slam, it ends up being a 5-5 game at the time. But for Post 8, Blake, this will be a kind of a quick reset button. You don't want to maybe hit that right at the beginning of the season, but also the good news is you're hitting it right at the beginning of the season and can kind of move past this doubleheader. Obviously, Harrisburg is a really good team. They're going to be a good team this year. They're going to win a lot of games. You wish you could have maybe got one of them to get a lot of seed points at the end of the day. But quickly move on, kind of forget about how today has gone and get ready for very winnable games against Brookings, which will also be tough, but very winnable games against Brookings on Friday.
And I think you come out of tonight, John, realizing that, if you throw up a good pitching performance by one of your starters, you're going to be in a ball game, and that's what Pierre can take from them tonight, because really both starters threw about as well as you could expect starters to throw tonight to start the season. I mean, Babcock in game 1, that you take back one pitch that ends up being kind of that bloop single behind second base, and the first game is a lot different than what it ended up being as far as the final score. Kind of the same thing in game number 2. One pitch that Hudson Schaefer throws to Harrisburg, and he hits it out for a grand slam, and that's what ends up being the difference in game number 2 to Esser. And that's ends up being the difference after a 4-run rally in the bottom of the 7th for the 8th. So, really I think you come out of tonight, even though you lost both games, with your head held high, because this is a team that realizes that Harrisburg's really good, and you can compete with them in a doubleheader. And if you can compete with post 45 gold in a doubleheader, you can compete with just about anybody in the state. So even though Pierre comes out of this 0-2, I think if you're Coach River Iverson and 24-year-old assistant coach Elliott Life, I think you come out of tonight with, a positive outlook despite losing 2 games, knowing that if things break your way instead of the opposite way, you can hang with anybody in the state and give yourself a chance to win night in and night out.
As, again, the Eights had those 4 hits in game number 2. Hudson Stosher had 1. Bridger Babcock had a hit. Made that only 3 hits. And it was then also Sutton Sunshine who had a hit in the ball game. As Post State loses game number 1 5-1. They lose game number 2 9-5. And coming up on Friday, we'll have coverage of the doubleheader between Pierre and Brookings. Coverage at 4:45 and a 5 o'clock first pitch out at Bob Sheldon Field. We'll have it for you on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports, as the Eights will try and get their first wins of the season going against the Bandits coming up on Friday. We will get you out to the finale of Carolina and Montreal, though with 8:04 left and Carolina up 3-0. You're either in for probably the most boring end to a hockey game in terms of that's the only part you're listening to, or one of the most exciting games we're going to end up ever having, because there's going to be a lot of goals scored by Montreal to make that. If they end up winning, we get the best part of that game coming up. But I want to say thanks to Eliza Mayer back at the station. For Blake Dean, John McClear here signing off. It is a 5-1 win for Harrisburg in Game 1, a 9-5 sweep for Harrisburg in Game 2, as we say so long from Hyde Stadium.
You've been listening to Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. Pierre Baseball is brought to you by Kathy Sunshine Properties, Kruger Contracting, Bank West, Overhead Doors, Stalkin Peterson LLP, Shane's Pharmacy, Capital City Ford, Lincoln, and Toyota, American Family Insurance Brittany Scheffelbein Agency, CHS River Plains, Dakota Plains Federal Credit Union, Ferding Electric, Pierre Closets, Dakota Sprinkler and Landscaping, and AGE. Pierre Baseball is also brought to you by Edward Jones Financial, Gales Gas, Lamb Motors, Xander Auto Parts, Comtech, First Dakota National Bank, Envirotech, Kruger Climate Systems, May Adam, Hunsley Auto Body, Owyhee Federal Credit Union, Cone Egg, AirTech Heating and Cooling, Pierre Roofing and Gutters, Wagner Auto, the South Dakota Office of the Attorney General Division of Consumer Protection, and Todd's Electric. Join us all season for more Pierre Baseball on KCCR and on YouTube at KCCR Sports. This has been a special presentation of Riverfront Broadcasting Sports, Central South Dakota's sports leader.